All right, Alex here doing another update on our TerraFarmers multiplayer section. Good morning, everyone. I realized a second ago I was talking and I didn't have my uh, mic unmuted on the software, so my introduction was bunk. It was scuffed. Got to do it again. So that one was less enthusiastic as my first one. Sad days. That's all right. All right, I'll get switched over here. Let's see here. Discord. Oops. All right. Let's get into today. So, I've been thinking. I know it's dangerous to think sometimes, but I gotta get the old brain juice moving. Excuse me. All right. Sorry, I was reading something. Let's get rolling here. Okay, so I think the first thing that I would like to do is, let's see. So rather than changing the scene variable for the host, we need to pass through state here. And we could do state, and let's do players dot joined. So now, there's a variable that is for everyone, every client. That's a scene variable called players, and it's a structure. And joined would be the secondary variable. So we could have players dot something else, player dot player state something else. So what we want is to change that every time the player's connected, and we can just put all that here for now. So then what we also want to do is, after we set the player's ID of their player to true, as in initializing their player, setting a boolean the player state, which is synchronized between the local client. State is for all clients. Player state is for the individual client. We want to change the variable of the player. So change the player variable And we want it to be a number variable. And the variable is player state.player. And we're going to set the player, basically the ID of the player. We could do player state.id. And we need to pass in the player ID's number, actually. So what we can do is take the player ID and change this to change the player state, the ID of the player. So we're setting their ID that's coming in to the player variable of player. So player's player. So we could do ID if we needed to, if that makes more sense. And we can change my player to owned. And if the player is owned, true. And if the ID, and then we're going to set their player ID to state dot players dot joined. Whoa. Runtime error. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay. That's not working. Uh, hmm. Does that matter if it changed if it was text? I didn't think so. Yeah, so it's a variable. What's up, Riley? No, you're not late. We're just kind of getting started here. It is not declared. I'm just getting waking up this morning, so my brain isn't quite functioning. What isn't declared? Good morning, Reborn. Oh, because this isn't like pre-declared. As in like here in the player. Or not the sorry. I just want to make sure. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Oh man. Good. That's the fundamentals. The red triangle. But I thought state was specific to the uh THNK to pass. Hold on. I need to pull this back up. We're gonna get this multiplayer to work right. I just want to go about doing it a slightly different way. Um, I'm currently looking for the state and objects, state variables. Public state and player state. The public state variable is named state on both client and server. So shouldn't this already exist? the player state is synchronized with a single player, it is intended for player-specific private data. And on the clients, your own client state can be accessed directly via player state. For example, if a player has an ID A, then you can get their player state variable with player state A. Usually it would be player state picked player. I see. Oh, I might throw up. I'm feeling really dizzy all of a sudden. Oh. If I have to, I'll pause myself. Oh, what's going on? Oh, I just got really dizzy. Holy smokes. But I don't have to declare player state. What's that about? Ooh. Why am I not using it in what? Hmm. Sorry, I'm dealing with my nausea at the same time as trying to think here. Okay. The nausea passed a bit, so we're good. Okay, so when the client connects, change the variable state players joined add one. I would have thought that this would have set it so that we could call it. Because we're using state. But we didn't have to call play. We don't have like player state works. So what is that? Why does that work? Reborn. I'm curious. Like in terms of G developer code specific, if you understand that. We gotta change uh anything that says my player to owned as a boolean. You need to do that for quite a few different things. Okay, so but if I add that then to the scene, you're saying that it'll be fine? Interesting. So if I actually did state. What's up, large volts? Okay. Whatever, I'm not going to complain about it. So now, so this is how we set the joysticks, is how we're going to have to do this. So rather than changing up all the logic for all the joystick stuff, which I did anyways, we need to change the player state of the player to 1, add 1 every time we join. Create the player, link the player, set it to owned, and then set the player state of the player. So this could be like your player number. So player state player is going to be a number. And that is set to the current state dot players joined. And this will now be persistent with every client because from the server we're issuing in the host as a server, so everyone who joins after the host will be in synchronized with the state scene because now it's state players joined. Right? Because that's how I'm understanding the public state working. This is a public data. The public state variable is named state on both client and server. So we can issue the state. And on the server, we're issuing the state. So now the player, when we connect to the server, they can be issued the state. So in this case, we're selecting their ID from the multiplayer engine, which is fine. But then we need a player identifier locally to assign each incoming client something. I don't feel very well today. All right. Let me. But then when this becomes true, when owned becomes true, if you're on mobile, we want to create the joystick. And something that we also want to do, we can actually move this. We'll move this and say setting client or probably coughed right in your face. I'm sorry, guys. We're going to create a new event. Oops. And create, add new event group. And this one is going to be set player ID. So when the player state is owned, we want to change we could create let me see here. we want to change the identifier of the controller and of the player. So we're going to set the controller to let's see. This would need to be the variable. What did we name it down here? Player. Okay, the player state. So we need to do. This is technically a. I was trying to set it like as a number, but I think it's technically a string. Oh no, it is a number. There we go. And we also need to do that for the player. Right? Reborn, does that make sense in your coding brain? Let's make sure that that makes sense. So now, effectively, your player ID is now your joined ID, and we're setting each controller on connection if you're mobile to your player ID, effectively your player state player ID, and that is determined by the server. I was not paying attention. All right. Well, I appreciate you for at least still being here. Let's go to edit this extension. I don't remember how to do this. My brain hurts. Can we edit this? Edit. Wait. Here? What action should I be using? Oh, the multi-touch controller identifier. You're right. I think you were right. Yeah, yeah. Well, Reborn, you're the mobile guy. Do you want me to launch a link to see if this actually makes it work? Let's check out the extension real quick. Um, I was just looking at something. Sorry. Um, so I already have sent it. They do work. They move the signals. But let me run a build. I can join on my mobile phone too, but it'd be easier if I just had somebody else do it. So that way I could focus on getting this part right. So let me share the game. Once we get this ID situation figured out, I can add like most of the rest of the game. Mobile phone testers. If you want to test with your mobile phone, that'd be great. All right. So back into the Discord server. I'm gonna create a new thread in general. I believe I can do that. Yeah. So there we go. That way we don't keep blowing up general chat. And then I'll get the server hosted. Actually, sorry, that won't work. Let me get a new code. I messed that up. I didn't launch from the right event because it's not set for some reason. There we go. Let's save. Preview. Host. What the heck? Where's my character? None of this makes... That doesn't make a hill of difference. I'm just moving things around. That should have worked. Why did that not work? Where is my player? We got issues. Bigger issues than I thought before. Let me stop the build. The build doesn't matter at the moment. I can't get my players to proceed. The player initializer is broken in the player finite state machine. It's got to be. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. You must not be able to hear me while you're alt tabbed. The camera. Was the camera all along? There we go. Yeah, anybody actually from your phone, you can now just test that link. You don't even need somebody to join. Well, we do need somebody to join, actually. Hold on. I'll host because I want to see whether or not you control my character now. So there you go. I have to go find my phone. I think it's... I put it next to my... I'll be right back. Or actually, no, I'll wait. Let me... After this is done, I'll find my phone. I think it's in the living room. Oh, I don't want to move too far. Dang, I don't know where I am. I'll have to wait for you to join. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta go find my phone. Enter code's not working. It might not work because I wasn't like. Try again. Press enter now. If you still have it. If not, I'll just launch from my phone. Oh, holy cow. I hate when the code doesn't work. I don't know what that's about. It's something to do with the broker server. I was able to join. However, my movement stick don't work. What the hey, bro? The movement stick is moving, but my player's not moving. So that's unfortunate. But I think that means we're getting close. So now we can go to our debugger and check at least that. Right? So we go to player instance. This guy's actually got a my player isn't even necessary. Why are you creating my player? We don't even use that anymore. But it's player 2. Owned should be true, right? Oh, it is for the player who it matters. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so then the player owned this guy. Am I even on the right preview? Oh, it wouldn't matter for the other guy. Shit. Because I don't have the. Okay, sorry. I borked it. I borked it because I didn't change this. I borked it. Gonna need to update the base code for that to work. So here we go again. Generate a link. Do do do. Generate a link. Do 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 do. Generate a link. Do 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 do. Close. Close. Discord. Paste. Sorry for all the spam, boys. All right. Going back to our main scene. Preview. Host. Copy. Pasta. Move that around. Let's go back here a little bit. You gotta open it on my phone. I'm gonna copy the code first and then open the script. Let's see here. It actually shows it pretty well on my phone. I was kind of surprised. Turn sideways. Turn sideways. There we go. Shoot. That didn't work either. Why isn't that working? I wish I could take a look at the... We can move... I'm going to move this behavior up. To say up here, if we can move 8 directions, right? Because these ones don't matter. Because we're set to 8 direction. Let me validate that that's true, because it won't work if we don't. Primary, that's good. Eight directional movement. The top-down multi-touch mapper needs to be 1. And the multi-touch controller identifier needs to be the same. Which they should be. All right, well, to be able to debug this, I'm going to have to change this. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So let's relaunch my own preview and move this around. No, not working. So now we can test to see why, though. It's good to know that it's not working here either, because it shouldn't be. I mean, you know, ideally, under these circumstances. So the player ID is 1. I don't know where we're getting my player from still. This is still concerning to me. I gotta find where my player isn't true. And the public state is 0. Which shouldn't be the case. Right? And we're... On the joystick, we have a team state is the own state is false. It's not. We can't see what number it is. Why is that? Player state. The value of our player state is our ID. Owned is true. The state of player is 1. Owned is true. My player is 0. Somewhere out there in my code, there's a stray sentence that needs to be owned. Do 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 do. Hello? Even though these are disabled, maybe it has to do with that. That's got to be the only thing. I can't think of anything else. And when we move, I would like to use the joystick command here, but I can't. There isn't. Yo, Reborn. You want to help me create a custom extension here? So, in the extension, right? As we're okay. Let me think about this. So, I want to be able to access the key. Well, someone's calling me. Hold on.
Sorry about that. I had some.
Sorry, guys, that was a really important. So I just probably jump scared you yeah, again. Uh, sorry, just getting back. Had an important phone call that cut me off. uh, all right. Um, so okay. Reborn. Welcome back. We are working on. Hey, Samuel. We are working on TerraFarmers. Working on the multiplayer development of TerraFarmers. So what I want to do, um, is make it so that the let me look at this real quick. Oh, well, my phone's too close to my microphone. Do you guys hear that? It not only did it, but it did like this weird crackle. Um. Anyways, so on the extension, I want the output, these bindings here, somehow. I need them to be accessible here, so I can program them when they're pressed and then when they're released, because there's no way currently to tell when we're not touching one of these directions. This copy this or this whole thing, because if I do that, then this object behavior is no longer accessible. Like if I copy this out and move it into the here, what the heck? Give me this. Copy. What? Do we need to change this to... Oh, wait, so absolutely, Riley. Get that tea. What are you drinking? Well, that's its own like thing, right? Okay. So then we replace this with the players uh the player state player. What was it before? I gotta go find it from the. Yeah, why isn't player state player working? The joystick. Or are you saying inside of the? Because that's what we need, right? 'Cause I thought player state player was identified now. Or do I need to now identify it because it's not used outside of the game scene? Change the variable of player state player of player. Or do I need to do? Isn't that what this is? Aren't we setting the ID right here? The player state player of the player is set to the join state. The state player is joined, which is this, which is a scene variable, which is the right number. We checked that already. Isn't this linking the player to the ID? Oh. Wouldn't that work? Right, yeah. Yeah, no, same. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't notice that either, but I did fix the code to make that right. But then we wouldn't need to call this here because we already have player assigned, right? By this time. Player state is a private variable according to this, right? On the clients, your own player state can be accessed via player state. So you'll usually want to use player state picked player to set the current player's state variable. Right. Let me... Wait, why is that in there? That's a bug. We don't want that in there either. Sorry, let me understand this. But I think it's a player's variable, not a scene's. It is a player's variable. You are correct. Yeah, shut up. Yeah. Yeah, no. No, Sean, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. No, we're basically where we're at right now is we're implementing the new player sprites, and then working on adding re-adding everything that we had previously with the multiplayer squared into it. So if we go to the player movement and we reattach, we're going to take that out and move that, paste it in here. Player dot variable player state player string, apparently. Wait, why are we to stringing? We don't need to do that. Why did you just string? Did it just auto do that and I wasn't paying attention? Oh, because it's a name. No, that one makes sense. That one does make sense. But can I change that and put it into the extension? Well, because this is like, because I need to get different directions that I normally wouldn't have to get. Like if I could just check to see if it's owned. So I just have to, but I don't have a release though. That's the problem that I don't have. I'm not sure how to configure the new release buttons because if we add in is pushed, there's no we can say is not pushed, but then we have to say if right is pushed and nothing else is pushed, or if upright is pushed and nothing else is pushed, then and then it's released, then do that. I'm not sure how to trigger the. They don't have a. Because our player only moves in a forward direction technically, but on PC, maybe this will work this way. Maybe I can just do this. I don't know. We're gonna. I hear what you're saying. All right. And then we can just say if the joystick isn't moving, is moving is false. Right? That didn't work. Why aren't you working? All right, let's take a look. Player 3. Your direction is still set to initialize. Your player number is 1. And it's synchronized. Perfect. We don't need my player, but that's decided in a script that doesn't exist anymore. And the flight stick, we can't see its joystick number. Yeah, I didn't think so. We don't need this at all. Shouldn't matter. Okay. Let's remove these to make sure that we're not gumming up anything. I just want the joystick to move. The player. It doesn't move the player. Why you don't move the player? If it is truly sending those signals. So when you go back into our creation script and make sure that we're setting our... Wait. One of these is wrong. One of these is wrong. Hold on. One of these has to be a string. And I think it's the controller, multi-touch controller. I could be wrong, though. Let me go back and look. One of these was a string. The joystick ID is pushed in direction up. The multi-touch controller, the joystick belonging to the multi-touch controller needs to be a string. We just do it. No? Oh, okay, I guess we have to do a two-string. This one must have to be a number. This one does have to be a number. Well, why? What? It's accepting both of these arguments. Yeah, it's expecting a number 2. Why is the other one expecting a string? Now none of my movement works. I was just seeing if maybe that would matter somewhere, but I don't see the need for this because we're only creating it. We should need to take it into account because we already know. Uh, for now, we're gonna, even though this doesn't, they're set technically to a direction, but I'm not gonna worry about that quite yet. I don't think. No movement. The joystick name. Primary. That's why. Because I misunderstood what I needed to put there. Yeah, it still doesn't get us moving, but... Whoa. Whoa! Okay, that one doesn't work. But I think that this is if the object is physically moving, not if the joystick is moving. So, if the... There we go. Hey, what's up, Darren? If the stick force... Oh, is it? Yeah, so we need to look at this, right? How do we... Oh. 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 Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. We don't have the 8-way direction moving yet, but we're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Host up. When I click, once I move once, it seems like then I can move this. So why doesn't that work at the beginning? We're gonna. All right, I'm gonna share that in Discord. You guys don't have to do anything with it. Uh. Okay, there's the new link. Preview. Host. Copy. Pasta. Now let me open my phone here and let's see what we can do. Trying to make it work. Let's go. Copy text. Open up. Visit. Let's play the game. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, now we click this and we paste it and we join. Maybe we can join. Let's see. Oh, whoop, I'm moving too far. Wait, that's somebody else. That's not me. Whoa! Who's moving? Who's that? No, I just don't think you quite understand how the. So on mobile device, okay, Riley, can you move your click the joystick with your mouse? Okay, so this is how it works. Riley, you have WASD to move, so you click in your game once, and then WASD should be how you move. Should be. Someone just moved me, actually. No, okay. I don't know what's happening now. So I can move up, down. I can't move. Oh, there we go. You have to pull it just the right, perfect direction at the moment to be able to move. Yeah, S and E and D don't work for me either right now. Unless I use the... if I click on the game and then use the arrow keys. So there's a little bug. If you press S and D, you have to click back in your game to be able to move. But my controller isn't working. Oh. Wait, hold on. Wait. Is that you moving, Riley? With your joystick? Okay, you can't move. Okay. Very good. I'm checking to see what's going on here. I wasn't checking my Discord, so you can't move. Riley can move. So there needs to be some way to, when you click on the screen. So what I'm noticing is that for mobile players, although our joysticks are independently working, as they should, for mobile players, you're not able to, like, click on it appropriately to start your game. Because technically in GDevelop, you have to, like, click one time to get an instance, if I remember right. Yeah, so my W, A, S, and D aren't currently working. All right. Thank you. We're going to work on this. If the Y force is 0, and we got to do this for each force. So and then we're going to switch this to X. Same thing with that one. All right, thanks for the test, guys. I'm gonna keep working on this so we can get this to work right. I appreciate everything you guys are trying to do. We're gonna get this done. It's gonna be awesome when it is. So currently, S and D don't work, but currently none of my I can move down on the joystick, right, up, and left, but I can't use my okay. That doesn't make any sense. All right. Oh, I can move. These are messing me up. I don't know what it is about those exactly, but maybe not. Okay, my WSD works again. Stop moving. This is disabled. This is disabled. Good. None of this should be working because the controller direction doesn't really matter anymore, right? Because all we need to do is actually just get the joystick identifier and the controller identifier. But if we allow for diagonal movement, that's interesting. I thought I could do that here, but no. Because it's inside of the loop, right? But as long as you're sending these, we just need to change the players to make it so that script works, though, like without having to add any of this to our script here. All we'd have to do is make sure that if we have a controller, or just when we create our character. That we check to make sure that it is set to the player. We do. So that should make it do exactly what it was doing before, I thought. But it's not. Whoa, what's happening? Oh, up does work. So it's down, right? And then left to stop myself. Down to stop myself, right? Up. Okay, so hold on. So WASD works, but then we go up, right, go left to stop it, down, up. Now nothing will work because we're not disabling the signals. So this is the part that I wasn't that is confusing me, is how do we disable what we're sending? I guess we might need to send this once, just like we do with everything else. Start there, and let's see what happens. Okay, WASD movement works. Okay, but once we move once, we have to WASD again to be able to reset. So it is sending the signals, but we're not telling it when to stop sending the signals. So I guess this is where we go back to testing to see whether or not the stick is being pressed. No, that's stick in, right? Yeah. If there's force. So if there's no force on the joystick, set it to 0. And this is force in any direction. So as long if it's being pushed at all, WASD to move. Nope, now I can't move at all. Oh, but I can now use my joystick, except for left. Why does left? Oh, left does work. No, left don't work. Left. Why does left not work? But up. So everything in the left direction don't work. I guess we'll just check if the X force, right? -1 is to the left. So if left is 0, if it's greater than or equal to 0, then release that direction. That's funny. That's a funny joke, Riley. Okay, so if it's right, so if we're going to the right direction, let's change and say if the X force is less than or equal to 0, so 0 or -1, release the right. If the X force is less than or greater than or equal to 0, send release. And then for the Y force, -1 is at the top. So we'll just do the same thing. So on Y force, if Y force is greater than, is greater than or equal to 0, and then if Y force down is less than or equal to, that should fix that. Stop moving. Oh God, the controller's working, but it won't stop. Oh, why are you not stopping? So we need to take this condition though. Okay, so what's happening though is we're only releasing that one time. So if we do move the stick, it has to trigger back to 0 for that to happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this, move it into our multi-touch here. And effectively tell it, or we'll have to take this out. Gross. Let me think here. Trying to make this not difficult on myself. Oh no. Let's take these out. I didn't mean to do that twice. I'm just, so here, on the released, we don't want to do this once. Or do we? I don't... Reborn, I'm having some math confusion here, or not, like direction confusion. So basically, every time we release a key, we need it to do this. But if I don't trigger it one time, it'll constantly run, and it'll stop us from moving. So what I had before should have worked, I thought. But not, but joysticks have... You would have to move your joystick every time with your thumb. Right. Right. So this function isn't going to work. Because we can't release it twice, because it's not an actual key. The only thing left that I can even think of is, like, if we revert this back to what it was before. So right, up, down, where's left? We don't have left anymore. I accidentally deleted left. That's probably why left isn't working. What happened? How did that happen? Well, the other way for me to simulate this, actually, is to go into the game objects, go to the player, and change the player variable of movement down into... We don't even have 3 directions. Oh, I see. Sorry, it's another setting. So inside of the player, inside of this, there should be a allow diagonals. Top-down movement. Maybe it's in the actual joystick. Negative. Oh, yeah, it is. There it is. Okay, so now it's just set to 4-player or 4-directional movement. No changes. Now this does whatever it wants to do. Moves on its own. That's nice. Okay, that's also doesn't work. Now I can't even tell which direction is up. Boyo. Hmm. We're gonna just add a left back in here. Yeah, now we're getting released. All right. So in our release state, we need to release these guys. But we can't release a direction. I am. Correct. I could try to, I mean, if you send me your script, I could tell you, I could look at it and tell you why you're not being able to connect. Send me your script in Discord. Or just like, you don't have to, you could just take a screenshot. I'll take a look at it. I've gotten the connection getting into the game down. It's the moving the player. Or like with the joystick, if I didn't have to add multiplayer touch support, then this wouldn't be a problem. But I do. And it's just ruining my day. Uh, let's see here. So the text, okay, so create text. I see what you're saying. Show enter code, hide enter code, your enter code dot text. Connect the scene to the enter code. So you're pasting in, yeah, that works. That's how it should be. Well, hold on, but the enter code, I see. I was wondering about your button, how it was being generated. So enter code. Are you setting the? What? Hold on though. Where are you getting the host's code? I don't see that. You're just writing it to your clipboard, but maybe that is a problem there. I see that, but my on clipboard is broken for some reason. It doesn't work for me, or it doesn't work right. So on mine, when the player connects, change the text of the host ID. I don't see where you're changing the text. You're just writing it to your clipboard. What's up, Retro Spark? So yeah, at the moment, because you enter this right, but then when you host your game, you're just copying this automatically to your clipboard. But maybe there's an issue there. I mean, I could try. Like if I instead on my host, right, do the same thing. Let's just copy that to clipboard when I join the screen. So let's host connect, start a preview. I'm working on multiplayer now. Actually, that's what we're doing. And then if I go back to my scene and launch another preview and click host, I can't join it that way either. But maybe it's because I haven't moved around. There it is. So yeah, one of the things that Reborn that you have to do that I noticed in with these game clients is you have to click in them. So I'm using THNK. Think. Well, both, a little bit of both, but because technically Think uses some of the core components for peer-to-peer networking. But whoa, 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 whoa. Go up. Go up. You're going the wrong way. Where are you even walking? Hold on. We'll start a new one. I don't know where he went. Dude went off on his own. So for some reason though, if the host isn't active, you're not going to be able to join yourself. The host has to be active. Oh, snap. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, so at the moment, we have player movement. This is easy. I mean, we have WASD movement, no problem. It works perfectly. It's this that I'm struggling with, but currently it's because we're not ending. Okay, it is actually doing what I thought it would do. So now, if I reset my movement and then release the key, so the direction is working. We just have to figure out the releases. So, but yeah, if you're mobile, you should now be able to at least move. But the same problem that I have, or that you're having, is like with the Connect. When the host has to be active for you to be able to join. So there needs to be a way for so this is where like the server programming is better almost, because it's like once you're connected, we want it so that the server state is just active. So that way, even if you alt tab out of your game, other players can still connect to you. But that's a us down the road issue, not an us now issue. So if we're on a mobile device and we create these things, they should work, but we don't have any releases. So now, even though we're only sending the signal once, we have to create some sort of weird complex behavior in here for the weird push direction. So like in here, if we said if the Because these all call for like buttons, right? Like left isn't a button, or is left a button? I don't know. Is that a valid button? I don't think so. Technically, arbitrarily, I can put in whatever I want. Oh, this is under predefined. This is not. Sorry, this is uh doing this in the wrong section. So whenever there is no force put on a controller, and we don't want that. When the force is equal is all right, we're gonna go from left to right, and I think we're working on which stick are we working on first? We can work on the lefts. We'll work on right actually. So if the X force is pressed to +1, so if it is less than or equal to 0, so 0 or -1. So if we're moving to the right, okay, let's see. If the stick force 1 is to the right, -1 is to the left. So it's less than 1. So if we're going to the right, so if it's 0 or 1, send right released. Awesome. Awesome. That was way easier to do than I thought it was going to be. Why I'm not even going to don't even worry about it. So now if the joystick is -1 at the top and it's greater than 0 or greater than 0, then we need to up release. And then in the opposite direction, needs to be down release. So now our joystick works. Just works. That easy. Like that was way harder to do than I thought it would be. However, we then lose the option to use WASD. So, because now we're permanently releasing the keys. So we can say that we know that the keyboard, right? The keyboard isn't going to be in use if there's a joystick. So we can just run this event on if mobile. Right? And then we can add this to here, and then we can check the condition that if we're on mobile, if this is a mobile device, then do these features. And now, because we're using this modified extension for multiplayer, this now works. I could add that player script into here as well. But we still need... We only need the server to send this one time. But when we're on joystick, we need to be constantly sent for releases. I am almost positive. I think I figured it out. So now host, we already have the code because of the handy dandy thing we just did. And now when I can move my character, oh no. Oh, there we go. Now we can move our character. Uh-oh. I was wrong. No, that's right. Wait, why is that not working? It's working for this guy. Stop. 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 Stop moving. Let's find our other guy. Wait, what happened? What? We just had this working, didn't we? Alright. Stop moving. Up. This is up. Oh, we're... That's why. Sorry. That I added it to mobile device. The joystick doesn't need to draw now unless it's on a mobile device. So we can change this to if mobile. Let's put it back into our if mobile condition. If we're on a mobile, create the device for the player, assign it to the player. Boom, bada, bing. Now, if I go to launch and host it, there's nothing for me, and I can use my WASD. Yeah, Reborn, I'll hook you up, bud. Which one do you want? Do you want the? Are you talking about like the Think peer to peer and the regular Think? Well, wait. If you're gonna use the wait, if you're gonna do the thing, wait, Reborn, that doesn't make sense. You already have the file that works. Copy it out of the one I gave you and just paste it into your new one. Like it's the same exact one, right? Okay. I mean, I'll send it to you regardless, but mm, no, it doesn't work if I just copy paste it. So well, yeah. So if mine work though, right, and you have the example, just copy it out of the example. Copy paste it out of your example. You already have what you need. You don't need me to send you a new one because you already have the extensions. I already built it. Oh, okay. It is a bunch of text. You are correct. But okay, if that's what you want me to do, I'll send it to you on Discord. So here's the first one. I mean, that's what that looks like. Are you sure that that's what you want? Otherwise, I'm just gonna send you these. I have them in my drive already. I back them up every time, so I have the extensions right here. So I'll just copy these and send them to you, because this is all I'm using. What version of Think do you want to use, Retro? So there's a couple different options for you to choose from. Okay, that sounds good, Reborn. Let me know if you need any help, bud. I'm here for it. Okay, peer to peer. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. So, um, I'm gonna actually be making a tutorial on that on my YouTube page, but I don't mind taking a moment to share that with you, because I do believe I just fixed what has been literally hurting my brain for 3 days. Yeah. So when you make a peer-to-peer server, right? There's a couple of base things that you need to do. Um, so let's see. I'm trying to think about how to make this as clear cut as humanly possible. Um, I think the best way, obviously, would be to watch the video that I'm gonna make. Which, I mean, I'm gonna be doing that this week, but um, I am not too far away in the beginning of the script here to show you effectively what we're doing here. So, moving everything else away from what we need when we connect to a game. Let me remove all of my events and hide them, because this is all you need. So in your when you create your game scene, you need to create an event group. You don't have to do it this way, but obviously you need to think in client and server coding. Client and server. So um let me add a new scene. So once you have the appropriate extensions that you need, I recommend 3 extensions: Think Peer to Peer, Think Core, and Button States. Button States you can just download straight from the extensions, but Think and Think Peer to Peer you have to get off of the Think Cloud. So assuming that you've done that already and you have your scene prepared, all you need to do is go into your extensions of that peer to peer event, and you need to create 2 major functions. So we're going to create an event group and call it client, and then we're going to do another one, and we're going to call it event, or sorry, server. And then in each of these, we have to create the client states. So we want to check core client only is running client code. So this is currently running on the client, and this is currently running. We want to do the same thing, but for the server. Core server only, running server code. So then going back to my other example, just to show you in real time, we have currently running on the client, currently running on the server. And so once you have these two in place, you now have multiplayer effectively. So now you have a client and you have a server. So the host in peer-to-peer is the server. So we can add functions for the host only. We can create an event group and call this host only. And then we can also we can add a event group here, and we'll call it on client connected. So we create another group, and we say that when the server on client connected, and we can copy and paste this one and say client disconnected. And when a client has disconnected, we would just change that setting. So this is really the fundamental of an online server, right? So you have your client code. This would be all of your client. You can underneath host only or outside of that, we can say, let's say player movement. So we can go to event group and call this player movement. So we have a currently running on the client, we can add host only things, and we can add player movement, which is universal. So we need to do something on client connect. So the first thing that we want to do for each client, this is a for once statement already. So you don't need to add a for once, because every time a client connects, we want this to happen. So every time the client connects in the server's perspective, we need to create a new player. And you can see that here in my client connecting code. So we want to create a player. So assuming you have a player entity already created. So if we had a player in our scene, so I could just go sprite, we're going to call it player. We're going to add the sprite and make it white. So that way we can change its tint depending on something else. So we'll make the player blue maybe or something so that it stands out a little bit more. Oops. We'll do like a light blue. There we go. So our player is blue in our scene. And now we can say on when a player connects, we want to create a player at the position of, let's say, 0 and 0 on the base layer. So we're going to create that, and then we're going to link that using the built-in feature for the server to link something to a player. This is between the server and the player. We don't want to use these linked objects. We want to use this. Because on the server end, we're linking the player to that. And so there we go. So now for every time a player connects, I'll start the preview from here. Every time a player connects, so the host also counts as a player. So every time a player connects, create a cube. Well, right now, all that's going to do when we create our lobby is create another cube on another cube, because there's no movement options, right? So briefly, what we can then do is we need to assign the player. I'll show you how to do this. Let me copy this. Okay. So inside of this, so now we have a player created at a position, but we don't have any movement function happening or being passed through. So the next thing we need to do is on that player, we need to change a Boolean variable. So we just said change Boolean variable, and the variable needs to be player state. This is important. So you have two types of state. You have player state, which is a private state sent to the player, and you have state by itself, which is a public data that's shared between other clients. So if you want to pass something privately to a player, and not, let's say you're playing Among Us and one player is the imposter, you'd use a player state Boolean to change that factor on your character. So if you are the imposter, then you would say player state, whatever your player ID is, .imposter is true. And if that's the case on your client, you'd run that code. So in this case, we're setting it. So player state, and then we need to pass through a function to make this, we're going to say owned. So what we're saying is player state .owned, if that is true. But right out of the gate, this won't work, because it's going to set all of the player states to true, every single one of them. Every time a client's connected, the host is going to gain control over that client as well. So what we then need to do in our movement script, so what we're, actually here, before we attack our movement, is saying there's a function that you can call called think picked player. Now because we are using the peer-to-peer software as well, you can do this a couple of different ways, but this is what you need to do. So think picked player. It's a function built into the multiplayer and server aspects of cloud. So again, THNK picked player, and end it in those colons. So now when the player joins, we can set to see it true and false. And just to show that, we can start the debugger. We'll launch this, we'll refresh, check our player, and check, do we own that structure? And right now, it's set to false because we haven't actually clicked in the game, I believe. Or did I not set it to true? My bad. That's why. So now we need to set that to true. So set the Boolean to true. And then we'll check our... we'll go back to our scene. Rerun this. Go to the debugger. Go to our player. And now we can see that we own. Now we sent the signal from the server to the player client. As we can see right here, the player is owned. So if I created another, if we launched another peer-to-peer example, so now we have two of them running, and we go back to our debugger and we refresh, we can see that we're running one instance of this game, and so we're not actually duplicating any players on top of each other, because we have no join events or anything. So right now we're creating a host every time we launch this project. So now what we need to do is create a menu. Before we add player movement, if you wanted to start connecting players together, say there isn't player movement, maybe you're making a chat app or something like that. When a client disconnects, we can check the linked objects, and in this case we can use lists. We can say linked objects to the player. Actually, pick linked objects, instances of player linked to the player. That's what we want to do, and then we can delete the player as well. So let me set that code in so we can hide and remove our players when we change states. And then let's go to make an event page, or not an event page, a menu. So I have a menu. What you need to do is check before anything else. What we're checking for is two states. So if I go into this example, and actually we'd have to create another scene, and we can call it menu example, peer-to-peer. So in the menu example, again, you want to make sure that you have the Think Cloud peer-to-peer, the Think Cloud, the regular Think core. So you need peer-to-peer and core and button states. Okay. So now that we have main menu example, we can go into here. We can create a button. So we'll say a sprite, a button. We'll just create a button. And it doesn't matter what it looks like. We'll use this one. Excellent. So in the scene, we can go into this button, add the behavior for the button. Button states. Okay. So now that we have a button state enabled on this button, we can call, we can name this button, let's see. We'll name this one join. Let's go back. Join button. Apply. And now we can duplicate this and call this host. My phone is too close to my microphone again, my bad. And then we're going to move that over. So we're going to make a grid real quick so I can't see it. Can't see what's going on here. 32 by 32 is fine. Where's our camera? Is it just me, or can I not see the camera? Event properties. Let's make this a little bit darker. Interesting. I'm not sure where our camera went. It's probably because it's not our main event. So effectively though, when we set our buttons we can set this to join, and this one to host. And we'll move those around. Join. Why are you not in the center? Join. Make sure that we're aligned in the center. Press OK. Huh. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is get a input. And we can call this ID or room, or let's say join code. And we're going to say enter join code. So this is going to be an input. Save this. Sometimes this happens. I can see that what's going on is that, let me close my main event, because right now it's looking a little bugged, and we're not wrong. It is a little bugged. So we need to reopen my menu. Sometimes my gdevelop does this when I have too many things that I'm trying to do. So we're going to quit gdevelop. We're going to relaunch gdevelop. If that happens to you, there we go. So now we have our join and our join code, right? So when we host our game, if we click host instead, we want it to do something. So now we're going to go to our main menu, add an event, and when the join button is clicked, we want it to do something. And when the host button is clicked, we want to do something. So at the very beginning of our game, or in our scene, at the beginning of our scene, in our multiplayer, in our menu event, we have to do something. So we want to create a new connection or a new condition, and we're going to say at the beginning of the scene, we want to connect using the peer-to-peer feature, connect to the default broker right here. So this is using the free broker, and this is how you get your ID. Later on, we're going to be making our own broker so that none of our IPs are leaked in the same way. We're going to be doing some code changes and some other things. But for now, we're going to have a broker server. So we need to connect to that broker server. That's the first thing that happens at the beginning of our scene. Now, what we want to do is set another factor that checks whether or not we are in the peer-to-peer, if we're ready. So now we want to say, is peer-to-peer ready? If it's ready, then we want to show these, right? So if it's ready, so at the beginning of the scene, we're going to hide the join button. Let's see, hide. And we're going to hide the host button. And then when it's ready, we're going to make it so that these are only clickable when it's ready. We're going to show them. So we can just copy both of those over, and then double click and just go to show. And then same thing here, and go to show. Okay. So at the beginning of the scene, when you connect to the default broker. When you are finally connected, show these things. And then now we can run the logic for what happens when we click them. Well, when we click, when we click the join button, we want to connect to that location. So we're going to go into core, peer-to-peer. Sorry, we don't need the core. We want to connect to a remote scene, and we want that to be the value of the input. So it needs to be join code, and then we need to do what's the it's the text. So I believe it's text or something like that. Value? Let me, I actually just have to look at that real quick. So in our game menu, dot text value. That was, if I had followed the, so okay. So join button is clicked, add, when the join code text, I don't want this, sorry. We want to go to adapter, connect to a remote scene. If the join code dot text value, join code dot text value. So we're saying whatever the text value is inside of the join code box, connect to that value. And then whenever we click the host button, right? We're going to go down to the server, start a remote scene over peer-to-peer. We want to start our example peer-to-peer scene. So now when we click host, we'll start a scene, and when we click join, we'll join that scene based on the input code that we have there. But what we don't get to know, I'll show you. If we launch this now, we have a join code, right? But we don't know what to type in here because we don't have an ID yet. So if we click host, I join, but where's my ID? Right? Well, we have to assign that. So now we got to go back to our server right here. And we want to check some things. So on the host only, when you are connected, so we can say at the beginning of the scene, oops, at the beginning of the scene, we want to go to our adapter, our core, our where's it at? Where is it at? I'm looking specifically for there it is. You can set tick rates, but you should leave it at the standard 20 to 60. That way when you do delta time, it's depend. I mean, if you want your server to have more ticks or something, you could do that. But so what we want is to set we want to get a value. So the server ID, the think peer-to-peer server ID is what we want to copy. And that is actually baked into the server. So what we can do is on our client example at the beginning of the scene, we want to copy. Well, we use clipboard, but there's other ways of getting this value. You could print this out. So I could create a text or something on the screen that lets me copy the code. One of the things I do recommend you get as well is get clipboard, the extension. You're just going into here and typing clipboard. Here it is, created by Arthuro, who's the same person who does the Think Cloud. So download that and get that, and then go to your game event, and we can just say that we want to write text to a clipboard, and we want the Think peer-to-peer server ID. So THNK, and we can see right here that it pops it up. Server ID. I didn't see that in the actual original drop-down lists for the server ID, but maybe I was just kind of looking in the wrong spot. But I see client ID, but I don't see server ID. It's just one of the things that you can type in the clipboard. or like I could have done this to you can write the same thing, and this is actually the same thing, just so you guys know, as peer to peer, and then get ID. But in this case, we have a shorthand for it called server ID. So we're going to connect to that, or we're going to say that's true. So at the beginning of the scene, so let's go. If you're the host, so at the beginning of the scene, if you are, we can go check this. So core client only is running, is a server. So if your client is a server, we could trigger this once instead of doing at the beginning of the scene. Either way, you want to say if a server is running on the client, which means the client is hosting it, copy the ID to clipboard. So if we click preview, right? We want to go to our menu first, click preview. We can now host our game. We automatically copies it, so we can go launch another preview in window. When that connects, paste that code in there. So we want to make sure nothing's in there. Paste it over, click join. So it may not work right away because what you have, the instance has to be running for the host. There we go. And here we are. So we have connected. We just can't see our player because we have no idea where to set these, set the camera or something. So now at the beginning we can go, okay. So we want camera. And player movement. So we're going to handle our camera script really straightforwardly. At the beginning of the scene, we're going to zoom in. And then we're going to do this next step. So we're going to say if at the beginning of the scene, well, that's not what I wanted quite yet, but that'll work. I was going to copy over. So here in our camera settings, I keep jumping around. We can say zoom the camera into 3, right? And if the player state is owned, which we set down here, so now we can access that Boolean variable by the player and say player state dot owned, because we've already defined what owned means right here. Of the object is true, we want to do something to the camera. Well, we want to center the camera. So we can say camera center on the player. If you own the player, center it on the player. Right? So now when we launch the game and we do it through the menu. So one preview here, and then we'll launch another preview. So we have 2 previews. Let me open it. So when this host joins, we can then paste that code in and join as well. So now we're connected. We've got a weird situation where I don't know where our player went. So we're going to go check our peer-to-peer and make sure we have a player. Oops. I don't know what happened there. But we have our player. I must accidentally clicked on this. We want to add behavior to our player now. Oh, now that we have a player, we want to add the synchronized object variable, and this will make them linked. But you have to do this. This is super important. I can't believe I forgot that earlier. You need to synchronize your object because then it synchronizes them between both clients all the time. That information is constantly being sunk. Sent, not sunk. So now when we create our host, okay, we still don't have a player. Maybe I did something wrong. Where's our camera? Start the scene on example peer-to-peer. Enter the join code. when a client is connected, I'm going to check my own code. We don't need that. Maybe it has something to do with our weird... Let me run this code again. We have to do it through the menu. Why is it not creating our player? Or did our camera code freak it out? What happened? If the owned state of the player is set to owned, I mean, we could lerp the camera if you wanted like a smooth transitional camera, but that's doesn't. This shouldn't matter. But we're not, for some reason, we're not getting our players not being created. Oh, yes, it is. No, because if it's 0, then it should be. I think we're making our player off screen is what's happening. Let's change our player position to the X position of 100, just to make sure that our player is generated in the right spot. No? What happened here? It should be creating the player. I feel like something bugged out. When the client has connected, create a player at the 0 on the base layer. Link it to the player, set the ownership to true. That was working before. Oh. That should work. That should have worked. For whatever, my camera script is bugging it out. And I'm trying to think of why that is the case. But for now, that's okay. I'll work on that here in a second because you are connecting. I'm just having an issue with the camera, which is fine. So if you go into the debugger, I guess you wouldn't even really need to. We can now launch another preview of this, and as long as we enter the join code, after you do have to make sure that the client is running. You have to do it kind of quickly. So now we're in the same scene. We can see our player. What we want to do is allow some movement, right? So if we go back to our peer-to-peer and we add now the behavior of movement, whatever we wanted, we could add top-down movement, side scroller. And in this case, we're just going to do side scroller. it's easier for me to just show you this way. So we have our platformer character using the standard controls, and it's a synchronized object. And so now our player will fall through the ground if we don't have a collision. So we're going to make a collision box for now. Create this in Pixel, add a red one, create it fully red. Nice. We're just going to add this to the scene, stretch it all the way across, and we're going to add the behavior of platform. So now, out of the gate, we have movement, right? Space is jump, left and right. We can now move our character. So if we go back into the multiplayer example and launch 2 of them, we can join our host and we can move, right? And then we can join. Oh, I got to make sure we replace the initial text. And now when I press the arrow keys, we move both of our players. You're going to look, why is that? Well, we're not telling the server and the client how to control the differences between each cube. Every time a new client connects, it's assigning ownership because it doesn't know who's what, right? So the next step is to add a variable state, which then changes some of the ownership of movement. So out of the gate, there's a couple ways that we can do this. So when we move our player at the moment, we're using the default controls for top-down movement. We're going to disable that because now it has the movement functionality, but it doesn't know who to assign it to. If you allow it to move like a standard controller, the client will control all other clients. We don't want that. We only want that information to go from the player to the server back to the player. So what we need to do is in the player movement section, we're going to take the Boolean statement of whether or not this statement is true. If you own ownership and the player presses the key, and the key is pressed, we'll say A for left, right? So if A is pressed, we want to trigger this one time. This is really important. Every time you press the button, we want to trigger it. And every time you release it, we want to release it. So we're going to create another event. And we can call this one pressed. And then the next one released. And so every time the player triggers the A button, and then in this case, we're going to do the D button in the next one, do something. Well, we want the player to send a signal to the server. So we go core, client only, send a message. The message is the direction. So we're going to say right. So when D is pressed, go right. When left is pressed, we're going to send that over. Now we're going to do the same thing in released. We're going to copy this down. And then instead of pressed, when it's released, on both of these, when key released, we want to say left, released, and right. Oops, released. So now we're sending a signal that each client, if you own that player, the host will see that you're trying to do something. When you send that information to the server should recognize it and send it back to you. So if we re-enable client disconnect, that's fine. We can copy and paste this and call it player signals or whatever you want to do. Or we just do player server control server player movement. It doesn't really matter. Name it whatever you want. And then we're going to say, so this is in general, right? So now we're saying, hey, when this is pressed, what do we want to do? When we send the signal off to the server, what do we want to do? Well, we have to create these in while loops. It's really important that you do this or it will not work. Because although it may work on a local machine, you're only sending the signal one time. but there's tick rates involved, there's transfer between the broker server, and so you need to do it this way. So while the condition is true, so when the client, so we go down here to our server, and we say that in the server section, when the server receives the message, write, do something. When the server receives right or left, do something. So now we say we want to take into account what's linked to it. So down here, we can pick the instances using the server. Pick instances of player linked to. So pick server. I think I actually have to click on the player. So add these conditions when the player linked. There we go. Take into account linked objects. You don't want to use this one. This is object linking. You want to use this one because it has to do with the server. If it's in your client, you can use the link. But when the server pick the instance that is connected to that player, so whoever's sending the signal, and issue them a return. And so in our example scene, one way of doing this, there's other ways of doing this, but we're going to add a variable structure, and we're going to call it, so a structure, and we're going to call it input. Okay? And this is just so you can visually see what I'm doing. So input, we're going to add 3. We're going to add up. We're going to add down, left, and right. And all of these are Booleans. So change them to bools. So even though this is input method, right? When you're touching buttons, we're going to be able to send this back and forth to the server. So what we're doing is we're now assigning that for each player. So then here, if the right button is sent and the player and the server recognizes who sends it, send it back to the player, and enable the player variable of input right to be true. And then same thing on this one, but instead we're going to do left. So now we're sending the signal, telling it to change those. The server's controlling it. If we allow the client to control certain things, they're going to be able to hack it, crack your game, and do a bunch of stuff like that. So once you have set your movement, you then need to set your releases. So just like you did before, we're going to copy this and paste a new event group, calling it released. And we're going to just duplicate the ones that we just created, paste them underneath released, move them into there at least. In their own, you could add pressed, released, whatever. And then when we send right released, we want to set the input to false. And then when we receive left released, set the input to false. So now we have the signals to move our player, but if we activate, A and D do nothing, the arrow keys do nothing, space does nothing, because we haven't told the client what to do when they receive the movement input. So normally, if we were doing a gdevelop progress or a gdevelop actually, here, there's a couple things that we can do to simplify this. Let's add this Boolean to the top, and let's move both of these underneath so we don't have to check them anymore. And we can just add pressed up here, released there. So we just clean this up a little bit. Didn't need to do that. But underneath this, we now need something outside of this controller. So we're going to create another event, and it's going to go right below it. Oops. Yeah, just like this. And now we can say we're going to add a event group, and this will be movement server triggered movement. So now that the server has sending the message back to you that these input methods are true and false, we can simply say that when the player's variable of input right is true, simulate the right key being pressed. And then while the input is left, we can set the left input to press. So now the signals from the server are controlling when the player moves. So now if we go back into here and we launch, we have to define whether or not we are the host or the player. I have goofed something up. I thought that was... What did I do wrong? The Boolean variable input right of the object is true, then simulate the movement of the player. It's true. Okay. This doesn't need to be under that. Like, these need to be outside of this, because this should be for all players. So that's good. Input right, input left. Let me make sure that I label those properly in our... Yeah, input up, down, left, and right. We set them all to false. If right is sent, pick the instance. Input right is true. If left is sent, input left is true. Released. If right is released. I don't see an issue. Oh, it's because I already have a client open. You can't update the game, right? If you already have... What? Maybe it's because I disabled the default controls, but I wouldn't think so. Left and right is working, but why is not A and B? I guess we might need one of these for each one. I wouldn't think so. I would think that it would be exactly the same, but... Oh. Well, okay. First of all, we want released and then pressed. There we go. So if A is pressed, if D is pressed, send the message left, send the message left released. When the client sends the message true, send it. We have that, right? I can't see why this isn't working. Have I overlooked something important? I don't think so. For some reason. Hmm. I mean, that arrow key works, but that we don't want that to happen. Confused to why. Why is that? Why is that happening? Input right is true. Going back up here, when input right of the object, when the Boolean of player, again, when the Boolean of player is true, the client sends the right message. Okay. Hmm. I have to, there's something going on here that I don't know why that's. I don't know why, but like we'll do it this way, I guess. Maybe it's different from platformer than top down. That might be my issue. I don't know why that would be the case, but negative. Hmm. Can't see any difference to why what that would make. So, except for released needs to not be underneath pressed. That should be working. I'm not sure why this is not working. But I've distracted myself from my project. What have we done? Why is A and D not working? It's almost like the key itself is not being recognized, but it when the client sends the message left, turn input left to true. For one, that's probably why. Nope. Hmm. I guess maybe it's just different for platformer characters, but I wouldn't think so. Hmm. And it should be working. I'm not sure what I've done to make it so my controls don't work on that example, but something like that. I got you most of the way there. So I'm going to work on when I actually do my real tutorial. Obviously, I'll work out all the kinks so it doesn't mess up in the middle of me explaining it. But if you found that useful, like, comment, subscribe. You know what to do. Let's see here. So, back to our player events. Ah! Click the wrong button. Beautiful. So now we're going to share the code into our Discord server. If anybody wants to try it out, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to use it on my phone to test it out to make sure that our code is working. Took a little 30-minute hiatus there to teach how the Think system works. Modern Spark, welcome. Sean, also welcome to the Discord server. Thank you guys for joining. I really appreciate that. In our stream codes category, I'm going to launch this. And then now that I can just preview that here, I can click host, copy that code to you guys. And now I can copy and paste that into my phone. So, let's see here. Go into our Discord. Oh, email's coming in. Okay. Copy that code first. Copy text. Open it. Turn my phone sideways. Everybody. Yeah. Everybody. All right. Join. Okay, so we still have the problem where I can't move because I can't click on the screen. But otherwise, it should be working. So I need to figure out on mobile, I need to create a toggle to let you know that when you're on mobile, like, there's got to be a way, like, to screen press, to click on something. Because otherwise, it wouldn't work for player movement. Because you have to initialize your screen. So I think at the very beginning of the game, to fix this, what we need to do is... and I just closed out of that. I didn't even let anybody else test that. That's my bad. pointless of even sharing that code if I just did what I just did. So we're going to just terminate that for a second. And when we go into our host, our main screen, we're going to ask them to press any key to continue. So we're going to create, in our main menu, we're going to create a new, and we're going to call this HUD. And we're going to add all of our stuff to the HUD. So we're going to host, join, settings, quit, for now. That's all on the front page. Mod, see, account, mod. Mod manager, apply. We're going to hide it all at the very beginning. Events, hide debug group, hide HUD. Oh, we forgot to add achievements. Copy that. Main event, menu, HUD, achievements. Where are you? Achievements. Okay. And then we're going to load everything we can in after we load in. And then we're going to create a new text. We can just duplicate one of our other ones. We'll duplicate our title because we don't need to actually click on it. We need to click anywhere. So the title we're going to duplicate, and we're going to call it press key or system. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. So in the middle, we can say press any key to continue. That was not the one I wanted to change. Device check. We're going to say press any key to continue. So one of the things that we want to do is at the beginning, before anybody joins our game, and before we get the, like, I have to hide this too, but we want them to press any key to continue, and when they do, we'll store what device they're on, right? And then we can navigate through, at least then configuring from there what system they have moving into. Like maybe we need different UI elements and stuff. So that's going to be in place there. We're going to re-enable, and then for now, we're just going to hide the system or the device check. And then we're going to unhide the HUD when we connect to the server. Okay, that doesn't help us though with connecting in multiplayer. So we need a touch feature in our game that allows the player to touch the screen, and it turns them active. It needs to turn on a boolean. So in our player script, if you're on a mobile device, not only do we want to create this, but when we want to do this once as well, when the touch, has started for the first time. So the very first time you touch the screen, we're just going to change a Boolean value, and that hopefully will allow you to use your finger to touch into the screen. I don't know. We need to find a way to like initialize the player. So as soon as you touch, a new touch is started. No, on a mobile device when the touch or left mouse button is down, trigger this once on a mobile device. Not even sure what to trigger there. I'm hoping that just having some sort of element that says, yeah, I am on a mobile device, we can then change the player variable, variable. We can go, let's see here. We're going to set the Boolean variable of player state ID, so to your player's ID, right? We're going to set your state of mobile to true. And then that should, in theory, allow my multiplayer setup to function. It doesn't really need to do anything. It just needs to set the player to active, as in like it needs to register that you're there. But if you don't have a keyboard to register your movement, to initialize your movement, we need some sort of like click feature, I think. Could be wrong. But that's what my brain is telling me is true. So once we have that and we're connected, then let's go to put that into our chat. I'm going to copy that to my phone. Just trust the GDevelop stuff, please. If you guys are still with me, let me know, please. Let me know who I'm still talking to. All right. Put that join ID in, and now we're live. So if I move my player, we can see that there's another player here, and it's still not working. Does it have to do with the way that we're... All good, yeah. So I think what we can do here, right, is if the player movement is owned on mobile device, we're not actually setting the movement to be true to be able to be moved, because we're initializing the joystick on another device. So in our pressed condition, we need to also add the mobile, the on mobile action. So on mobile, if we can actually add the stick force to our script already. So if our stick force for right, so now we know that right is a specific value. So if the x force of this is 1, which should be right, 1 is to the right. So if it is equal to 1, then send the right signal. If it is equal to -1, send the left signal. If the y force is -1, we should be going up. And then if it is 1, we should be going down. And that should allow for our players and such to move, maybe. The only way for me to try that is to share it again. So we're going to generate the link, share it again. Copy that link. Paste that into our Discord server. And then now launch our game. Get the host link. And then do the same thing we just did on the new build. So launch. Copy that text. Launch the game. Enter the host. Join. Oh, I gotta make sure that. Oh, there we go. Damn it. Why is that not working? I don't understand this. It's either not being assigned to the player correctly. Debugger, refresh, player 2. Player 1 is player 1, good. Yes. We don't own player 2. So that makes sense. Player 1 does not have a joystick. So interesting. What if I'm doing this wrong? What if this needs to be in the server? If a client is connected and they're on a mobile device. Okay, we're going to remove that condition and just trigger this once for a player. And we don't need that as well. Let's do this. F is for fun. Doesn't say F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. So for some reason... Whoa, stop. Damn it, Alex. You had all this working, and then you broke it. That's because I'm an idiot. Holy crap. All right. Get rid of that. Go back to our game. Okay. So it doesn't... Okay, no, it didn't work at all. Okay. So if I move my player around and then... Oh, but now it works. No, but only that one direction one time. You don't need to do that. I'm going to pull out my hair. Multiplayer sucks. Multiplayer is hard to do, and if you think anything else, you're a tool. Sorry. Why does this not work now? I thought I had it working. Oh, that's because it's on a mobile device. Okay, so under these conditions, right? We're not on a mobile device, but we're creating the There shouldn't be a joystick at all anymore, Alex. Why is there a joystick? There should only be a joystick if you're on mobile. I'm not on mobile. Why then is there a joystick? Because I'm also doing it down here. Okay. We only need the client to have a freaking joystick. Client, have a joystick. No, it don't. Okay, good. Test. Host. Host has walking abilities. If the multi-stick directional movement is correct, which is what we are doing. We only want this to work if you're on mobile. Because then we're going to disable the player keyboard controls if you're not on that platform. So here we go again. Share. Hopefully this will work. I think so. I think so, but I don't know for sure. There's still that weird error with like the kind of talking to myself here. Just frustratedly muttering to myself. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate it. So I was able to get my other character to join, but again, we're dealing with that whole I don't own rights to the movement, apparently. I'm not sure why. So even if yeah. But we are getting the player to connect, which makes sense. So then going back to here, I'm just going to disable this. This is ridiculous. So we need to then take the same logic to our pressed state and change these messages. Well, GDevelop does 3D. You can do 3D projects here. I'm not sure what the issue there is. So we need 1 and -1 for both of these. So then we're going to go here, 1 equal to -1. Okay. So now if we are going to the right, if we're moving to the right, if we are moving to the left, because these are joysticks, we don't want to trigger once. So we're going to build this again and see if my phone can finally move around. We're so close to getting the joystick movement integrated into multiplayer. I'm just struggling here for a second. And I say here a second, I've been struggling all for like 3 days. So hopefully we'll get something figured out here. Host. Drop that into here. Then we're going to go back to our game, copy this, launch it. Okay, so a player can move freely, no problem. The assigning the joystick to each player and then allowing them to move their player for some reason is just incredibly difficult. Shouldn't be this hard. I'm getting perfect synchronization, but I can't get the stinking... All right. I don't know. I do not know. I'm going to start moving on from mobile and come back to when I have a programmer who can help me. Because I'm feeling like it's setting me back from making any real progress at the moment. And that sucks. I don't want to feel that way. It's making actually getting any work done incredibly difficult. Incorporating support for different platforms is tough. Very tough. So yeah, let's figure this out, I guess. Put that in there. Copy that. And let's move on. I appreciate the enthusiasm to wanting to help. The game is much further along, so we have a single development that we've done previously. Let's make sure that I'm in the scene, actually. Oh, we're there. Okay, yeah, again. Not able to get my movement working, but WSD works fine on my keyboard, and it does for each other client. So we're going to have to worry about adding in mobile support later. I'm just getting too caught up into that. I want to move on. So let's do that. I'm going to open up a new instance of gdevelop and move it. I know I'm so close to getting that script to work for player movement, but I feel like it requires some sort of touch to activate that you're once you're in the server. It's like it's not setting the instance to active unless you click on it. But I can do that in my browser just fine, but not with like mobile for some reason. I don't know. Okay, we're going to open a project on my computer. We are going to open the TerraFarmers. So this is, oops, this is not the right one. This is the one I'm currently working on. We don't want to open that twice. We're going to get out of this and move to, where did I put this? No, where in the actual hell did I just put that? We don't need these. Go away. So this one is, there it is, Spry Jeans. There we go. All right. So where we currently are in our game development process for the single player, or like the before we add integrated multiplayer, which we just did now. Okay, this is going to take a second. I'll let it do its own thing. Oh, nope, that version of gdevelop just crashed. Okay, let's try that again. We're going to move it over. I don't need it open. Come on. gdevelop is being a turkey. It does this to me every now and then. It doesn't like multiple instances. I mean, it will launch them, but it really doesn't like doing it. File, open recent, open your computer, Spry Jeans. gdevelop save. Okay, close that. Click preview. There we go. So where we currently are in our development process is we have the player inventory system working with changing the items, dropping them, drag and dropping them. We can use our items to chop trees or use them to mine. So we have all of the basics there for our game. And we have AI functioning, at least within some modicum of function. Yeah. This is just debugger menu stuff. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, so now that we've got our player into our game, right? So we're going to move this code over. This is our other code, our main code. We need to start integrating some of our game features to the system. So the first thing that I'd like to do is in our game state, we're going to reiterate and re-add our time sync. So so here, I don't know why there's two M's. There we go. Camera system, player events, finite state machine, player sync. We'll do mobile state. Here, underneath the player events, we want to add game features on the client. So down here, we can call this game features. The first thing that I want to do in our game features is add in our day and night. So add event group, day, night, day and night. And then underneath this, we're going to include an external event, and we're going to include the day, night manager. We don't have one, so we need to go down here and create it. Create the external event of day, night manager. And now at the beginning of the scene, we need to do some stuff. So we want the server, however, to control the day and night. So the client needs to have the information and what to do, but then the server needs to control everything else. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy my day night manager from my other script, game scene. We're going to paste it into here. And now we have a time cycle. And so we have a couple errors here because I just copied it over. I'll explain to you what we're doing because I already have videos where we've done this. So real quick, though, I need to go into my game scene, and we need to create a sprite called day-night, or just day. And we're going to add a opacity, just make it black. Make it completely black. And so now when we go back to our day-night manager, we can see, okay, our day is set to 255, which is completely black. And then we need a time scale. So our time scale is a text. We are going to go to our game scene, add a new BB, or not BB text, sorry. We need to add BB code, or the BB bitmap text. There we go. And we call this time scale. And we will add an atlas. We'll add the fat, fat white, and then we'll choose the fat white as well. Let's see. Fat white PNG. Apply. And now when we press preview and we join our game, we can't see it. Why is that? Because we're not creating it. That's why. We wouldn't normally show this, but we'll show it for the host. So the host in the game scene, if you are the host, trigger this once. And we're going to create a new script. We're going to do this one as a trigger once. Move this stuff down to here. And then we're also going to create so another, let's see here, another trigger once. We're going to create the time at a particular location. So let's see here. I'm just trying to figure out where I want to put it. Normally, last time I just put it like in my scene. We'll do 16:6. So we'll create the timescale. Create a timescale at the position of 16 and 6. Preview. So that's massive, right? So we have that there, and we have a time counter. But currently, we have no function. So now what we need to do is I guess I could go here. We need to create it on a different layer. This needs to be the lighting layer. So we can go down to UI, create a new layer. The layer goes underneath the UI because UI needs to be drawn on top of it, and we'll call this lighting. Lighting. And now, because it's not zoomed in or anything, it'll match our we can set that to the HUD. So we can go back to the here, set it to the lighting layer. And now we have ticks, minutes, and hours going on. It's kind of big. We don't need the font to be that big, so we can go to time scale and turn down our font to 0.5. We'll do half that size. We don't need anything bigger than that. Cool. And so now we have our time feature. However, we're seeing that at night, we're not actually getting anywhere. So we need to what did I do here? I don't know if I need to add it to the scene or not. I don't think so. But we can validate that by checking our instances. Our object instances, looking for the object called day. Right. Okay. Yes. So now what we need to do, well, it's in the client now, but the configuration for it needs to be in the client, but the actual time is going to be displayed, is going to be created from the server. So each client will have a spot to show this information, and it'll understand when to do these changes, but the actual day and night will need to be something else. So what we're going to do is stretch this over the camera. This is our day, effectively, right? And we're going to move it to the base layer of lighting. And for now, we're going to hide the lighting layer so we can see. We're going to go back into our game scene. And in the beginning of our day and night manager, we want to show the layer lighting. So now, when we launch the game and we change the time, right now the host, anybody could change the time by pressing these keys. And it wouldn't send the signal to the player. So this would be client rendered. We don't want that. So now what we need to do is break up this information. So we're going to be launching this on the client. The client has certain variables that we're going to sync with. We don't want the player to be able to control scene variables. So honestly, I think I could just add this to the server, to be honest. I don't think that we need to have this. Well, we need to have the what happens day and night. This needs to happen on the server or on the client, but the actual counter needs to happen on the server. I'm just trying to think about this in the so if the server does all of our triggers, so let's change this and this. We don't need these anymore. Right? Yeah. Don't need these anymore. We're going to take these and move them to the player, which is what it currently is in. But for now, we're going to move them into day and night. We're just going to put them here. We're going to take out these two conditions. Copy. Why are you not moving? There we go. We don't need the nightlight right now. So when sunset is true, when we receive these messages, right? We need to then trigger these on the server side. So the server needs to have a day and night manager. And now we can, okay, so the client knows right now that if sunset is true, this needs to happen. If sunrise is true, this needs to happen. So we don't need this. Now we need to push these variables to the player. On the server at the beginning of the scene, set these to true. At the beginning of the scene, oh, these are scene behaviors. Okay, hold on. Making my brain hurt trying to think about how to manage time between a client and a server. It's outrageous. Oh, I can't even move? What? There we go. Stop. Oh, for one, day needs to be a synced object. So I need to break this into two different scripts, right? We need. Jeez. All right. Oh boy. Okay, so state is public, right? So now we're changing the public states. Oh my lord. All right, at least the second should be counting, right? We won't be able to tell because the thing's in the way. Minutes to state time. Let's see if that works. Yes, it does. Okay. And then hours to state time hours. Uh, so then if you're a client and not the host, so we can go back to the game client and say, because right now we're including the day and night cycle into the server, but our players, as they connect, aren't getting assigned anything but the server. So then what we need to do is change outside of the server. So even if I was to take this, it's not a state of sunrise. So if the state of sunrise is true and the state, because it's server based, right? So the state of sunrise. The other one was sunset. Oops. Because we're not issuing it to a player. It's a scene boolean. So if it's sunrise, it needs to now be state. And the same thing needs to be for sunset. Okay, so again, the host will be able to control the time of change, I believe. Oh, but now we're not getting any of the day and night logic. Ooh. So maybe we don't need to set the state on sunrise and sunset. Interesting. Okay. So if we take that out and move that to the client section, then at least I done borked it. The state, this. Okay. So the server is now managing all of that stuff. We just can't see it. So now what we need to do is for each player that connects, not only create them a player, but under the same events that if we own the player, so like the mobile state. So in the debug day and night, we can now add that state into here and saying, hey, if we own, can I copy this please? If we own this, then create, do this one time. So once we need to create the time scale. Let's drop it down to 1616 on the layer. So now we should have per player that connects and we want that to be on the lighting layer. And so no matter who it is, they should all have their own lighting system now. Oops. I had to join my game. It's not even the same one as this one because I accidentally created another one. There we go. Oh no. That must not be right. Oh, he's right there. We're just gonna do that over again. So host, we should have this already. Paste. Go to launch. Another preview. Enter that state once we initialize our game. So that's not changing over here, but it should be. But that is because we don't know. This needs to be happening in our client. So on another condition, we need to make sure that the client has the right text, right? So let's make sure that our time is in sync and then worry about the black and white. So let's join into our game. We're not getting a creation script. It should at least say ticks, minutes. It's hard to, I mean, right now it's on a white screen. And then we also need to enable the, we need to enable this too. So for our main player, that shouldn't change anything. Why is that not working? Now I cannot move. There he goes. Aha. And yeah. We did it. Now, I don't know if we actually need to do this, so I'm going to change that part off, but we do need to create one per player. But the server might be handling the update of that text in real time. I could be wrong, but I'm not. Okay, I am wrong. But otherwise, I am not. Boom. That was super easy to adapt. So now we have a day and night cycle. Boom, bada bing. So now what we need to do is create our terrain. That's like seriously the next step. Holy crap. I can't believe it. All right. So let me make sure that my stuff is creating as it should be. Good, good, good. Okay. So here we go. So now we need to do the world manager. This is going to be tough. This is not even a joke. This is crazy. This one we're going to have to do slowly. Okay. So now that we have the terrain, the world. Oh, I just gut checked myself. Blah. Okay, so can I just like copy and paste it? I can't. I tried. All right. We're going to have to create a new variable, and we're going to call this tile set. So we need to create a new tile set. Sweet Jesus. All right. We're going to create a new object, and we're going to call it tile. And that's all it needs. All right. We just need to start adding sprites to it. Okay. So go to tile, add an animation. The first tile we want is default. And this will be our generic first tile. So I am going to go to game files, extensions, assets. I have so many assets that are like out of place. Holy cow. We're going to clean all that up later. Actually, what we're going to do is go to assets, TerraFarmers UI, new folder, tile sets. Inside of our tile set folder, we need to go into our main scripty guy over here, our main art piece, and now we can pick up our tile sets. So the first tile that we want in our game, let me disable this, is this blank tile. So we're going to copy it, file, export, selected. We're going to go to the right folder. So TerraFarmers, tile sets. We'll put this at biome. Select default. We're going to go into the default folder. Default. So this will be for the default. This will be the default, right? Pretty straightforward. We can save that. We can get, let's say we can get some spotted ones done. Let's do 2 sets of these. So we'll do a light one. We'll call this one spotted. And then we're going to call this one gravel. Export. And we're going to call this one grass. Export. And for now, that's all we need. So then we're going to go back to the game. Add the sprite. Go to this correct section. And we'll get default. Add sprite. Oh, nope. Add another one. We're going to call this one spotted. Gravel. And one more. We're going to call this grass. So now that we have that, we want to duplicate this and call it color. So it seems a little weird, but we need to add another animation to the top and call this one transparent. So when we do our color picker, what this allows us to do effectively is change the color on a axis of opacity, and then we can assign what the tile should be based on that. And so adding these you don't necessarily need it, but it's easier if you just do a copy of it. So what we can do is create a pixel. We want to make sure that our transparent is the same as our default. So we're going to go into here, edit, and we're just going to Control A and or just delete everything. So we just make it blank and transparent. So now that we have our tiles, right? Let me move these up to the top. We can start working on implementing our world builder. This is going to be interesting for multiplayer. I want to change the way that we build the worlds. So now might be a good time to start on that project. We'll see how complicated that gets here in a moment. Okay, so in our game scene, right, we need to, in our server, run, we don't want it per client, we want it per the server. So now after day and night, we're going to paste this and call it world generation. And we're going to change that script to be called world manager. Going to create the world manager. And now we can get to it. All right. Game scene. Here we go. At the beginning of what we're doing, we're going to hide the tile. Tile, hide. We're going to change the Z order of our stuff. So the Z order of tile is actually, we won't mess with our Z orders yet. Let's do the generation first, and then we'll get all that stuff done. So the first thing we want to do is generation. So okay, we need to set the grid parameters. And so at the beginning of the scene, we need to add a couple new, now that I'm thinking about it, we need to add some more extensions. So we need to add the extension extended math. Extended math support. Extended math. And we also need noise. The noise generator. So now in our world, at the beginning of the scene, we need to create actually, so I don't have to keep doing this. I'm just going to paste this in. There we go. So we're going to do generator, but now all of these need to have a state dot world size y, state dot world everything else, because we need to pass this between everyone. So we need to not delete anything. Just at the end, or at the very beginning of it, we just need to add these contexts. Max nodes, spawn trees, max trees, spawn grass, max grass, spawn dudes, max dudes. And technically speaking, right now at our current level of what we have in our game, we only technically have this. And then we can say, do this once, and we want to add an or statement. So for now, we're going to do this at the beginning of the scene, but we may need to like initialize when a new chunk is being developed. So we're generate one chunk, right? So we're generating one chunk. We're generating on we're going to lower this to we'll do a 16 by 16 grid. So if each square is 16 by 16, right? We take the length times width, and that is a 256 squared tiles. Or 250, I'm saying there's 256 total tiles. And then we need to set these to true. So we need to change the seed noise to random in range. And we need to set the state world Y and state world X. All right. So whenever we generate, if we were gonna like add a key to change the generations, we could then add that here, like delete the old grid, right? So if we had something here, we could delete those. So every time this feature runs, it'll make sure that there's nothing there, and then it'll generate, at least for now. We want to make sure that we have some random world generation. So then we want to draw the grid right after this, and that needs to go underneath here. And we'll make sure that it's below this one, or we'll move this one up. There we go. Delete the grid and then draw the grid. So if the scene state world is looping, then we need to create a position at the variable of state world X, state world Y. And we're going to create a color at the same spot too. So we should have them, they're stacked on top of each other. We don't need that right now. We don't need to delete origin right now. We need to make sure that hold on a second. All right, let's see what happens. Holy snap, did that work? Now it should only be there for the server though, not for the client. Yeah, correct. So that makes sense, right? So this is working for the server because we haven't passed anything to the client yet. So the client now needs to create for each tile that the server tells to exist. It needs to send that information to the client. And that's why we need an array. All right, hey, Reborn, I need your help here. You're like the best person I think to help me with this. So in, let me copy all this real quick just so I can make sure. I appreciate you, buddy. So let me add this X, player state S, Y, S. Okay. So now what I want to do is create for each tile that's created, or we don't need, so the server is going to generate the opacity of all of these tiles to create the tile map. And then once the tile is set, the animation is set, I want to save the like this basically. So the ID variable of the tile. Let me see if I can't grab the rest of these. So add number, add scene. There we go. We should just need these three. So what I'm thinking is that we have a tile map index. That's a state tile map. Yeah, I think so. I think that makes the most sense, right? Because this is how we're going to start doing chunks. And the server should be telling the player what the chunk is, not the player, right? So even right now, if I went into multiplayer, I forgot because we're going to have to synchronize even the stinking tiles. So if the tile is synchronized and the color is synchronized, maybe we don't. Yes, they can. Well, no. Not of the same tile, no. Because of how I've generated them. Uh-oh. Okay, preview. Host game. I broke it. Holy smokes. I don't know what's going on, but... Oh, boy. And it has to do with the extended math script. Give me a second, and I realize what's going on. That should work. That should work. So if I don't touch anything else, that should work fine. Yeah, okay. But then I synchronized everything. Those are still going to be in sync, correct? Okay. Preview. Start another preview in the debugger. Host. World Manager. Launch another preview. Join. I got to do it quickly. There we go. Oh, never mind. It worked. We're good. We're good. I just got to remember that we got to synchronize. Oh my, it freaking worked. Whoa. Oh, he just the Z order, I think is yeah, the Z order is messed up. I was like, what is going on? Yeah. What's happening is the Z order there is messed up. So we just got to fix each player's Z order is now dependent on. Oh my, we're making fucking progress, boys. Wow. Sorry, I got a little excited there. Okay. So if we then, as the server, increase the world to 32 by 32, we should have more plant diversity in our tile set. If not, something is wrong. We have a problem. Okay. All of our tiles are being set to gravel. Why? I'm not sure what S... I forgot what S is here. Do I actually need that? Hmm. Okay, well, no problem. See, that's what I thought it would. Okay, so now it's blank, though. So that tile thing is working. I don't think that's going to work, but... Okay, so effectively, what's happening is right now our opacity isn't being applied to each tile like it should be, which is confusing me. So basically, as we generate, we change the opacity of the tile. So we generate a tile per square. And then if the color is over top, if it's in collision with it, and the opacity is between a certain amount, change the color tile, because the color tile is actually what we're going to be looking at. But I feel like maybe it's our noise seed. Maybe not. I lied. And this way, because if we do it this way, then the tile itself gets visually hidden, and then we hide the tile. Like up here. Oh, that's what's happening. Oh my goodness. We're good. We're good. We're good. We need to hide the tile because right now what's happening is that all of the tiles are going grayscale. Oh, maybe not. I thought that was going to fix this. I got excited. I didn't fix this. We want to hide the tile. We want to hide the tile always. Not just at the beginning of the scene. We want to change the Z order of things. This is how it is in my other one. It doesn't need to be visible because we're printing the tiles. Underneath, and then we're changing their opacity, but then the color should be fine. Unless my random noise generator isn't... Well, okay. We need to change this back to what it was. Let me do that real quick before I get too mixed up here. So outside of generation, before anything else, hide the tile. Wait a minute. There we go. I accidentally deleted a variable. There we go. We got it. Now we got world terrain generation. Now let's check that across a client. An incoming connection. I don't know what happened to our client. He died. He's dead, Jim. What happened? Why can't I control my player now? He's over here. That honestly makes no sense. I didn't change anything to do with the player. They're experiencing the while? What do you mean? That doesn't make sense to me. Why would that be causing that? But that's only for the server. This is in the server script. Disabling this. This will endlessly create tiles if we don't do this. I guess we don't actually even need to... Hold on. We can... We don't need... I think you're right. We don't need to pass this part. We can just change that to looping. Because... Oh, no. Never mind. It won't work then. If I disable this, nothing's going to get created. Oh, but you're saying, but test the multiplayer? I see what you're saying. I misunderstood what you were saying at first. No, my multiplayer. There we go. I had to like click and then move, but I don't know maybe if that happened last time. So player can move. Copy this, paste this guy in. You're killing me, game. All right, so you're right. You're right. He's getting stuck on the while. I'm just confused to why. Because this should only be... This is running in the server. Okay, well then don't... Hold on. This is fine. Don't we just then go to the client? If they're currently running on a client, and we'll go to game features, add a new event, call this right. So it should only loop for the server owner, at least for now. Nope. That is wild. Even though I set it to false. Damn you. So what the... Nope, still nothing. Why is this guy getting destroyed like that? So what if we don't control it at a state level? What if it's just in the host? Whoa. We have to do it that way. My question really is, why does this have anything to do with the player? We're already deciding that it has only to do with the server. If the server code should run World Manager. I did what? I did what? That won't change anything. Was that right then? Do I need to add back the client as a server? What? I guess I'm struggling to understand the scope of the problem. Is there up here? This. Trying. What do I need to change that to? Oh, for looping. For looping. For looping. For looping. For looping. Yeah, I was so confused in what you were saying. I hate learning through text. It makes me nauseous. But yeah, if we just run this on the player and then synchronize that, we're just synchronizing the tiles, so all the players have to do is get the tiles from the host. Nope. What? We don't need to run that code to see if it's running on the server because we're already doing that. Holy smokes, we freaking did it! Well, maybe if I can move. Oh. Oh. The funny part is that this player is created before everything, so then we just need to set the player in the initializer. After we've been set to in the initializer, we can just set their Z order. So we can just say that the player, if you own the player, so if the variable, I'm just gonna go copy it. So if the player state is owned, if you own this, we really should tuck everything in underneath here, but we can add another event, not that, another event group that is Z order. And rather than doing that, we actually can just go to a handy, it's called Y order, Y sort. And then all we need to do is add that to all of the Y sorting things. Yeah, I could have done it in code, but whatever. There's an extension for it. Y fuss. So we want it for our there we go. Y sort player behavior Y sort and on the color as well. It'd be easier if I did this in code in the long run, which I will do. But the host is in. Man, that load time was snappy, though. I'll tell you what. Okay. Oh, okay, now we broke it. How did I break? What do? Why did changing the Y order break the game? Host the game. What? Dramanito, welcome. We're just gonna Y sort in code. This is whatever. I don't know what that thing's issue is, but when each player is created, we'll set their Y order. So going back to the game scene, we'll go to for each instance of player, change the yeah, I know. No, it's about terraforming a random planet, not Mars, but uh, change the player's Z order to the player.y position. So now, I believe, I could be wrong, that is what we need. Whoa, where you going, bud? There we go. Let's turn on daylight, and then let's initialize the secondary player. Right back up here. It's kind of janky. Nope. Nope. I don't know what we did, but we broke it. What? Let me go backwards here for half a tick. Something happened, and I want to make sure that it's not just me inputting the wrong method somewhere. So this is a me learning moment. I think this has to do with the way where I put the Y order sync. But I could be wrong. No. Get out of here. This is G develop. Okay, dude, I literally haven't changed anything other than adding Y sort. Nothing should have Y sort. Y is my secondary player, or Y is... I think I just saw what I did. Do this again. Nope. How come that one client worked and now none of them work? What? Fuck, man. What happened? I'm about to get real frustrated. Uh, HTML5 and JavaScript. Preview. Host the game. Okay, moving around. Good. Next, launch a preview. Wait until they're connected. Why is that player desynced now? They were just working. JavaScript is not slow. Java is slow. JavaScript is not. Yeah, but how is that possible? So here, looping. Well, I obviously I just Control Z'd a bunch on accident. So let me set this. Yeah, facts. Facts. Looping, looping, looping. All right, so let's disable this and run the game again. Host. Wait, remove what action? This? Because isn't it the same thing? But that, okay. I mean, either way, right? I hear what you're saying. So there's that. And there we go. They're both here now. So we have the player. So how then... Okay, I gotta move these around so I can see what's going on here. So that guy's working, this guy's working, in like perfect sync, right? So here we go, turning it to night, so we can see what's going on. Okay, our player is moving around and everything. All right, let me know. Eh? In here? This is the server script, right? Yeah, the palette sprite set is gonna be looking more like this. I'm in the middle of adding multiplayer from a game that already exists, or our game that we're working on, mine, I suppose. All right, later, dude. Anyways, so okay, so you're saying the group manager, the world manager. Were you saying that has to do with the depth in which I'm like how I added them? I think that's what you're saying. No, okay, that's not what you're saying, but okay. Yeah, what the dude, it worked before. We had it working, right? Like we had you pull out my fucking hair. Okay. Eat my ass. What? Where's this player going? Server script, join script. Okay, and now he's broken. But when he first joined, he wasn't broken. Okay. If you own the player and the server isn't running, turn looping to false. So it should never happen for the player. Like, it will, but then it should disable immediately. Like, and now it doesn't work. Go on. I'm listening while also. Right. I'm just kind of confused as to why. Dude, it's so much easier to work on a single player game. All right. All right, let's figure this out. From the very beginning. So we're going to disable the world manager section. So they're still connecting. Dude. All right. So in the world manager. I... Like, I'm going to freak out. Yeah. So this is happening for everyone, though, which is weird, right? Like, I would have felt like this needs to only happen if you are running on the client. And then not otherwise. Clearly, I don't know shit about networking. She's getting stuck in a while statement. But I would have thought that putting... Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. There's this weird blend with synchronicity. Yeah. Yeah. So, what if the... Okay, but what if we check the scene variable, the scene boolean? So if the scene boolean is uh, running and you're not the host, disable it. That should run all the time, right? So then if looping is true and you're not the server, set it to false. That's the only thing I could think of right now that should work every frame. Every single frame, doesn't matter when they join. Or is my thought fundamentally flawed somewhere? Nope. Son of a bitch. But he's not. Host is actually number 1 because of this now. Connecting players. Right? Because now players joined. The player. Oh no, it was. Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. And that's what matters. Correct. Correct. So you're saying in our world generator we do this? You're saying get rid of this. And now you're. And then move that into. So if the scene variable is joined, is now, it's not amount, is just joined. So how many have joined? So then if player state, so if the variable of the scene equals to state players joined is 1, set the this is a player variable now, isn't it? Or can we just change it with a regular variable? I can't ever remember. Because this is now. Yeah, I'll move it. I'll move it. I'll move it. This would just be a variable. If the number variable of state yeah, probably. Maybe that's what's maybe that's why everything's messing up though. Because we're running the world manager before running the players. I forget that the hierarchy freaking matters. I know what you're saying though about the other thing. I will try that. I'm just curious because there's some unexpected things that are happening here. For me, nope. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, same issue. Okay, so that's fine. I just wanted to validate in my own head. So when the number of the player state is equal to 1, change the player state variable, change the we're setting it for the player though, right? Or it should be for the server. Should be state, because the looping is a scene variable and not a. Oh my god. Uh oh my god. Of the scene. My bad. Well, so this is the thing I don't. This is the part I don't understand. Right? Is because we're generating our world using a scene variable for looping because the scene is controlling the loop, right? So why is it being assigned to the player? But it's being assigned to every player's scene. Yeah. And then you're saying run this. Now we don't get any generation. What? But don't I need this? How else are we going to know when to generate this? Oh, for this? Dude, I hate this little thing. -1. And then for this one too. Oh, the condition surely not? Okay. Weird. But here. No generation. Yeah. Let me actually get into the game and refresh. Okay, it says that we have our looping set to true. There we go. Nope. This guy is still not spawning where he should be. Yeah, I know, right? I'm going to go back to it being a scene variable. We're going to go backwards a bit. The state dot world looping, looping, looping. So that should run one time with the host connecting, right? That should run once. But, and now our player has no live value depth. That's fine. We'll get that figured out. I really just don't understand. So that didn't seem to make any difference, even though we targeted specifically only the first player. Wait a minute. Okay. That does make sense. That does make sense. We could do that. Uh... Okay. So we could change the scene variable here to a player variable then. So then when you're looping, right, as you're exploring the world, we would want the chunk. Okay. This is where I think we just need to recreate the way that we're developing the world now. And it's really not that complicated of like how we have it squared away. But what I'm thinking, okay, is that we need to build an array. Let me grab some tools here. Okay, so we need to build an array to hold our map. So we need the server to create a seed. So the seed is by the server. And we can generate that and send it to the client on Connect. They get this. They get the world seed, right? And then we need the client to store the world chunks, because that's how they do it in Minecraft, right? The server doesn't hold all the world chunks. The players do. Well, the server does, but I still have to render it as a player. If you run off and go generate a bunch of the world, I still have to go explore it, right? So we need to do the generation on both sides. But because we're doing synchronization, we don't need to do it on both sides. We just need to do it on the server. That's the part that I don't understand. If we double synchronize, then we're creating tiles for every player, right? So if I... Well, actually, let me see something. So then if I run another client, I'm going to check the secondary client real quick to see if... What? What? Why is this? Why can't this... Why is this one not updating? Where's this guy going? Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. So we have our server. We launch another one. That host in there. Make sure the host is moving. Join. There he goes. And now it's broken. Okay. So that must have been like if I join at the exact right time, then we can actually load in the player. But yeah, so it was working at first, but then it wasn't working. Damn it. And I didn't even... It doesn't matter. Okay. So now I gotta not care about the player for a second because I'm trying to figure out something else. So when we load this game now, we can go back to our debugger and run for the second option. Go check that tiles. Okay, we're generating... Right. So because the server is creating them, we have the right number of tiles. And I don't need the tile to synchronize. I actually only need the color to synchronize, if memory serves right. So now I just want to clean this up a little bit so I can make sure that we're only doing the bare minimum when we're sending this information back and forth. Removing everything we don't need, right? So we don't need... Whoa. What? What? It was broken because... Hold on. I'm about to get real frustrated. Was that really the problem? If that was the problem, I'm literally I'm done today. I'm getting off. I Okay. All right. My job's done. I'm done. All right. So, we found out something valuable. If you're synchronizing something, you think that each time I loaded in that was luck? Should we do it again? I don't think that was luck. Well, I realized What do you mean? I just realized that. That's why I removed it. Because when I was looking at tiles, right, we were hiding tiles, but we didn't synchronize them. And so I bet you, and what I was thinking in my head was like, if we synchronize them and then hide them, then it's causing a synchronization with an issue between the two of them, right? Because now we're saying here, only if you're the server, hide these. So if I get rid of this and then launch the scene, this should also work now. If what the theory there is correct. No. Wait. We're syncing the tiles and we're syncing the color. No, I have no idea. No idea. I don't know why that works. What is it about syncing tiles that are touching each other? But we honestly don't need, we only need one thing to be synchronized, and that's the color. We technically only need this one thing anyway, so it doesn't, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm down for it. I haven't done any chunk saving before, so this is gonna be like fresh out of the gate, boom boom juice. I've never done anything like that before. I'm not that's not like my expertise in any sort of capacity. What I do want to know, however, is in the player initializer. Do this always. Set the player's Z order to Y to player Y, and only if you own it. Actually, no, that's fine. And we want to do for this needs to not be there. This needs to be in the for each player section. We need to add what just happened? Cut this out. There we go. Paste it into here. Okay. Save and load tiles is the easiest thing ever. All right, guy. Listen. Oh my god, we got sync day and night cycles. Holy shit. Our game's coming together, boys. So exciting. We also need to my hip. All right. All right, Reborn. Let's do this. So in our we don't need I guess we do, yeah. Close that, close that, close that. So you gotta go into the tile variable tab and make. Okay. That's easy enough. So we're gonna go into our tile, or do we want to do it for color? Oh no, it's all for tile. No, it makes sense. It's all for tile. So you're saying that we need to create a variable and call it um, the tile dot info. Uh, uh, oops. We want a structure, right? Tile storage. Or no, it would be, we could do tile ID though, right? And then for each tile ID, we store the opacity. We store the... Why don't I want a structure? Oh, because we're saving it to something else, right? Right. Uh, we get opacity. Yeah. Uh, tile X, tile Y. We don't change the animation because the animation tile could technically be blank. It could just be a transparent square, and we change the like a black square, and we change the opacity of that. So it doesn't really matter. So the opacity, the ID, the tile X, and the tile Y. Well, yeah, for the color, you can just build a sprite over top of it. You're just gonna build a new square on top of it at the XY location on a grid. Like if you build a plot, it's not gonna change the tile to a plot. If you can build it, you're gonna build on top of it. And then when you delete it, it'll return the tile back to what it was. No, because the in our world manager, we create two tiles. We create the tile and the color. And since we're storing not the tile, we're storing the color, we should probably only be doing the color. Because the color is actually the tile that decides what the animation is. Because when we build a seed, right, we have a gridded seed location, right? This is our seed. And so what we're doing is we're generating our tiles, black and white. It doesn't matter what's actually there, it's black, right? And we're changing the opacity based on, and then depending on its opacity, we change the tile on top of it. So if this was above it, or like, right? So if this was, imagine it like this. So this is the tile, and this is color. So our tile grid is building, and it's changing the opacity. No, listen. No. I the reason why we do it this way is because if we change this opacity, then this color, this tile, if we assigned it an animation, this tile would be light or dark. It'd be invisible. So we layer the two of them on top of each other. And if this is in collision with this and it's this color, turn it to grass. If it's this color, change it to that grass. Because of how the layers work. Otherwise, our game tiles would be... So if we drew this top down and we're looking this way, the static layer is on the bottom and then the actual tiles on the top. So our player is for now red. And so by generating this underneath on the bottom, we can then say, when depending on its opacity, the scaling of opacity, change the collided tiles within a range to be that. See what I'm saying? Because then if we store the opacity of tile, and that's why only the server needs to run this. If the server runs this and then synchronizes these, then the client only needs these. So then the client is only rendering what the server tells it to put there. Which then would be based off of the seed, I guess. I don't know of another way of developing tile systems that work differently. The idea is that when it's in collision with this, I don't know how else to explain it to you. Hopefully that makes sense. Interesting. I mean, I'm all for learning another method. If you, this is just the way that my brain figured it out. So doesn't mean it's the best way or the most efficient. Yeah, that's 2,000, right? I mean, every time you create one, we're doubling it up. We're literally extending it by 100%. No, I agree. It's not a great method. I need... So here's what I want to do, Reborn. This system isn't really what I want to do anyways. Let me go backwards. I want to show you what I actually want to do. So maybe you can help me figure this out. So our server... So then in our code, our server is going to create the randomly generated seed, right? Maybe that's a control that we can do. And it goes... I want to start developing in a circle. Anyways, so what I want to have happen, let's say the player's red, is we're going to generate a chunk in a circle. It doesn't have to be. It could be square. It doesn't really matter. But, as we move, I only want X amount of new ones to generate, and I'm not sure how to handle chunks, because this is where, like, saving tiles is important, right? So that when we reload them, we already have the data. We don't have to re-pull it. Load it once. And so I want the game to expand while the player is moving. Because if the seed is the same, it doesn't matter where they go. The game will know that because of the seed. Okay. All right. Well, let's do it then. I trust you. I believe in you. So then what's the first step here, boss? Are we saving? We're saving color then, right? Not tile for now. Or we can set it up for tile because we're gonna replace color, so it's just tile. So we'll grab an animation. And we're gonna do that by a string. Right? Yeah, because that's the only thing we need. We need an X and Y location, an opacity in the animation, because the animation will decide whether or not it is a collision tile or not. So like certain animations on the tile set, like rocks or something, maybe we make something mountainous, like a wall or something, then you won't be able to place something there. A new scene structure variable called tile position. Okay. Wouldn't we want to do a tile map? Anyways, whatever. Did I just do that to myself? Motherfucking bitch. All right. So a game property. Uh, Structure. Okay. So now we just leave the tile position alone. And then in our world manager, or for the scene, what world manager probably, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, inside of here. Okay. Change the scene variable. You said inside the loop. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. We need to change the as an action, right? The scene variable. I'm like reading what you're saying, and then Whoa. To this? What happened there? Scene variable. The scene variable of tile position is equal to... So it needs to be a... I'm so confused. Well, you need to do it for each one, you're saying. So... Okay. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't we also... Couldn't we just save it every time we looped a thing? Yeah, we do. No, it needs to be between everyone. So it needs to be a state. Yeah. But wouldn't we do it here, though? So every time we create a tile, wouldn't we just save that tile's location? Because originally I was going to create a tile map, like an array, where tile number 1 has a position of X, Y, and its identity or whatever, right? Or is it more efficient to do it in... I'm not sure when we should do it. Like, do we just do an iteration for each tile we iterate over this? Because going back to our game scene, right? Okay. Yeah, we don't need this anymore then. Well, it's style. I could define it, I suppose, right? Yeah, yeah. And then you're saying that inside of the world manager now, what our action is changing the variable of the scene, variable scene of tile POS, and we're sending it to this, but we need to do it per one, right? Oh, this. Then what's the value? After tile? Tile Y. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. In this one or the other one? What's the value? Yeah, yeah, I fixed it. I saw what you're saying. I was counting. Or or is this backwards? Oh. Shouldn't this be a number? There we go. Do these need to be text variables or number variables? Or does it not matter? Because gdevelop is crazy. Okay. But if it's a number variable, then why are we adding to string? Shouldn't it be to number? Oh, that didn't work either. Okay. Right, so it should be, so it should be, but we haven't defined these things in the structure, so that's why it's red, right? Okay. Yeah. Yes, I do. So now what we're going to do is the expression is wrong? Yeah, that is the exact string that you sent me. I just copied and pasted it in there. Right out of what you just sent. What's wrong here? Doesn't work. Oh, okay. What's going on? Oh, yeah. You that's fair. You're right. I did. I guess okay. We just go like that and then change this one back. But I didn't think that it would have mattered. Like that still didn't work. Not understanding what you're saying. Mm. What? What are you talking about? Yeah. Tile. Tile, capital P, lowercase o, lowercase s. Capital T right there. Capital T, capital P. It's the same here. Oh, I see. Shouldn't it be like a... It's missing a bracket? As well. Okay, yeah. Well, no, that still doesn't fix it. Or did you mean a parenthesis? Uh, Sorry, it's that. There we go. We're good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then, sorry. Now you said... Where do we put this? It is. Or do you mean below as in this? Like, in the while loop. Oh, 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 oh. Copy, dog. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. There's so many terms, changes, things in the while loop. We're in the while loop. Cop it. But below it. Right. Yeah. So now what we need to do is um okay, so we're going to change the weird. I didn't mean to do that, but there we go. So now what we need to do is we need to add a counter, right? So the ID of each tile needs to be set to some variable, and we could do like a scene variable, right? So we could do like a uh okay. Uh I guess we could just do let's see. After we change the opacity, we want to change the variable ID to equal the tile count. And then we need to change the scene variable to tile count. Doesn't really matter where I put that, I suppose. And we want this to be state, because it's public state. Oh. What? Player count? Tile count, you dingus. Whoa! Oh. There you go. Sure, that sounds good. Give me a second. Anyways, I'm gonna get up, stretch. I do gotta getting off soon, but I think that, dude, we made some serious progress. Thanks, Reborn. We're gonna make this is coming out, bud. It's coming out. But I'll be right back. Let's get him to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. Sorry, what do you need me to do? What is that thing? I tried to paste that into the event sheet. It didn't work. So I copied it all. Copy, Control C. Paste. Nothing. That doesn't work for me. I can't paste that in. Oh my god. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah, muted mic. Okay. So, dude, that's how you can tell I'm getting tired. So, what you have here, though, we're only changing the opacity of the tile. We don't change the opacity of color. To do that, we'd have to change this to color. See? So in our normal script, right, we change the opacity of the tile, which is the first thing to be created, and then because there's a collision with it, then we change its color. Because then the transparency is only decided by the tiles underneath it, but that's slow, like you were saying, because we're creating them on top of each other. The tile position to string color X, color Y. But we're not saving the color. We're saving the tile X, tile Y. So this needs to be tile, isn't it? Because I see what's happening here, but that is what you put in here doesn't make sense. Yeah. But then here you're checking the position of color. If the opacity of the color is less than a certain amount. Correct. So here we're saving the tile. How do we judge the color? Yeah, but you're not. You're checking the color capacity here, not the tile capacity. The color opacity doesn't change at all. There's nothing tying to color opacity right now. Everything that is a color is full opacity. Oh, the thing that you made. I see. I was like, what? No, because that still doesn't make a difference. Oh wait, sorry, I went too far. Went too far. Went too far. It needs to be in here. Let's check it again. Or I got you. I did. Probably under the tiles. Uh, yeah, you got me, dude. All I'm saying, all I'm trying to say is what I know to be true. Well, if we flop your script, there is no collision. Tiles are invisible at the beginning. That's probably what. Oh, hold on. That's probably what you didn't understand. No. So, yeah, so this is wrong. I think. It is in mine. What do you mean double check the actions? So this? Double click the animation actions. I'm not sure what you. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Your generation is whack, but I see. So what is the difference between doing it this way and the other way? Because we're still checking for a collision, basically, aren't we? Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know. Not even gonna try to figure it out. Oh, I see. Okay. That just has to do more specifically with how GDevelop is built. Yeah. Makes sense. It's hard to know to take into account when you don't know what all that there is. But we got an issue. We got broken player syndrome again. Does this actually matter, though? Does it have to be there? Yeah, so that's got to be inside of the loop. Got it. But now, do I need to synchronize these now because of how you're doing that? I might need to synchronize them now based on the changes that you made. Maybe because G developed. Something about taking into account all the variations. Negative. Just straight up negative. Fuck my life. I don't understand that. Hold on. The only difference right now, right, is the way we're storing the information. I think. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything sketch going on here. Oh, that does make sense. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. What is that about? What? Okay, so this is working as it should. And then if I disable mine and enable yours, I'm gonna hide the tile because we don't need to see it after it's printed. Broken. Yeah, broken. That's really unfortunate. Oh yeah. Yeah, because maybe we don't need to synchronize them now because of how we're sharing the database between all the other players. We'll try it again. That's the only thing I could think about that would be causing that issue. It's like whenever there's a hiccup in synchronization, everything else just shits its pants. Okay. And now the player has no control. They don't. The synchronization is disabled with everything. Why is that? So I can move him, but he's not moving anywhere on his screen. His timer is broken. Why'd that happen? Okay, so I can move my player, but I'm not getting the world map because it's not syncing with me. So I do need that sync. But the second I do that, it wiles the player again. So if we don't sync it, how do we load this data to another player? Okay. All right, reborn. So when when as it currently is, we can use the player. However, the secondary player isn't loading in the map. So how do we get the player to load in the map? Because it's not synchronized, right? If we make it synchronized, then the second player gets stuck in a while loop. Okay. So in game features, sure. Holy shit! I'm getting tired, boys. Yeah, yeah. So if you're not running, uh, if you're not a server, let's retrieve this information. Huh? Okay, for what? For the state? Because I already have tile X, tile Y. Didn't we do that? Oh, I did before, I thought, but I guess not. Do we add it underneath here, don't we? Okay. So I'll just create them on the fly then. Okay, what do we need? Sorry, in this one. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Uh-huh. Same thing with Y too, right? We need to duplicate this and do one for Y. Or do we do it later? Oh. So wait. You're saying I don't even know what that was. Was it for every child in store X? Oh, I see. Okay. For every child in the tile state, because we made one. Duplicate it and do one for store Y, I imagine. Uh-huh. Because if it is in the X, then we check for the Y. Now we have both X and Y. We pass through it. For every child in... Oh, so I was wrong. So this one's for... Okay. Oh. I was okay. I had that right. Yeah. Yep. The tile, I assume. Color. Right. Okay. And then is this state tile POS X POS? Yeah. I was waiting for those. Okay. Okay. Preview. Host. We gotta get another one. Ciao. Negative. Not even one. Not even one. In the world generator? Yeah. No? What? What am I creating? Oh, duh. Yeah. Dude. Wait, did we just create them all in one stack, anyways? No, but the first animation is yes. So in the game scene, the default is not the transparent one. Transparent. So color has one more animation than tile. Uh, wouldn't we just remove it then? But We got one tile! Yeah, we'll be able to trim it down after we're done with... We gotta remember, we're moving over the old system, refining it, and fixing it. So, in this particular case, this needs to go back to store X, store Y. Because I removed the... Alright. We have the default. Because we're not passing the animation. Right, now, yeah. Okay. This is where it gets longer. What are we doing in here? The condition is scene number variable, yeah. Scene number variable, yeah. The variable name. Okay, copy this. Put it back into here. What's up, Blue Knight? Sorry, we're working on this the last just a couple things here. Do we need the brackets anymore? I don't think so. Or maybe we do. Hold on. I recognize what's happening here. We don't need that. Nor do we need that. There we are. Wait, no. Yeah, go ahead. You fucking lying to me, guy? There you go. What is this, though? What do we do with this? Or do we just leave this? I see. We don't need that anymore. That's why you're saying to copy it over. Okay, so we'll go to our host and we'll make it freaking daylight. There we go. And now we'll go to our secondary. Paste that in. You're a genius. All right, Reborn. Catch you later, man. Thank you for the help. Look at that, Blue Knight. Look what we got. It's the best walk of all time. What are you talking about? We just don't have flip direction. Once we get flip direction in, it'll be all right. It looks a little weird because he's just moving in one direction, but when he turns around, the moonwalk looks looks funny. They are, indeed, and even the world tiles, and day and night. See? Just like that is what it says above your character. Hee hee, as you like slide backwards. Hee hee. Okay. So that's fucking fabulous. Okay. Good God. No achievement time. We're not there yet. All right. What we are able to do now is add games, and I'm gonna start working on chat. To test what? I mean, are you at your keyboard right now? Are you on a phone or your PC? Yeah. Check this out. Watch this. All I got to do is click share, generate a link, and then you can play. I'll send it directly to you. So now, okay, all you need is this. So you open the browser, and then while I'm here, you can now join the game. So go ahead and open it up. I sent you a Discord thing. I'm going to add player names above the players. Maybe if you hold a button, you can see the player name. There you go. Now I just got to click WASD. You might have to click in the game first. Sometimes that happens. Can you move around? Your screen is stuck. What do you mean? So click while I'm moving, double click in your game. While I'm moving, double click. And then you should be able to move your character. There you go. So when I'm in the game, then you can click on your client. There's a couple bugs that we need to fix. Or did you just reload? Oh, it looks like you just reloaded. Never mind. Off he goes. I don't know where he went. Dude took off. Yeah, it's just me currently playing 3 different clients. So actually, I'm going to terminate the server. Sorry, bud. And then I'm going to send you something, and I'll have you reinitialize something for me. We need to do when a client disconnects. So when a client disconnects from the server, we should delete their character. So we need to take into account the linked objects. So take linked. So linked with server, linked. Pick the linked player and destroy. I'm going to send you a new link and have you try it out for me. Delete? I think it's called delete. Yeah. Delete the player. So now I almost have the mobile phone working as well. Controller is the easy part. All right, so here's the new game link. I'm going to host. And there's the new host code. Okay, no problem. I'll test it myself. Hell yeah. It does work. Go ahead. Let's make sure it works for people outside of the local network. There you are. Now, there you go. Yep, perfect. Now watch my screen and then leave. So if you close your client, like just close out of it. What's wrong with your? Here you go. Disconnected. What do you mean? Do I only move? Go ahead and rejoin, just like you just did. Make sure you join on the right link. If you join with the old client, it'll break. So let me just delete that link. Mine was working. Okay. So then click in your game, move. I see you moving just fine. Okay. Was it just, did you just have a bug? Look how responsive that is too. Like I'll chase you. Start running and I'll just follow you. Look at this. I'll never whoop. Yeah. The client speed is into the unknown. The whole lot of white. All right, so now I'm gonna work on the player flipping, and then I'll work on names. I feel like for every instance of player, We need to flip the direction. Yeah, we're getting names and we're going to get chat too. But check this out. Synchronized day and night cycle. It is, yep. We're going to add a flashlight. But little by little, man, we finally got the multiplayer code initialized. So, indeed. So usernames. No, it's, well, so players are synced manually, synchronized and manually. They both, a little bit of both. Kind of hard to explain. So we use a tool to synchronize our players, but then the server tells us when they move. But right now it's like pinpoint accurate, at least until there's more latency between clients. But I think if we keep the servers low, the population and the servers low, then we won't have an issue. And then now if I wanted to, I could check the players. If you're player number 2, I can make you blue or red or whatever, right? But I'm going to let you, so achievements are going to give you character skin unlocks, and then you're going to be able to switch your character's clothes. So that you can customize your character, and it's going to load that in every time you load in the game. So, all right, I'm going to close that down. Thanks for testing. And for today, guys, that's it. I need to take a break. I've been on for 7 hours, so I'm going to get up and stretch. I'm going to work on it some more tonight and get in probably the arrow key flipping. So flipping based on direction. I may even start spawning the very first weapons, like instead of now having the pickaxe and stuff, we're going to use the blaster power-up arm. So we need to get the nodes back in the game. So stone, wood, the inventory back in the game. The inventory is going to be hard. I'm a little worried about the inventory. But the Freeman special will definitely still be in the game. Yeah, that ain't going anywhere. The Freeman special is actually your first weapon. So, yeah, that makes sense. You got to use it to beat up robots. Yeah, and best. Yeah, for sure. The one shot, it's not the golden gun. No, not quite. Anyways, hey, Knight, thanks for joining in, bud. I super appreciate it. Everybody else that's been here, Reborn, you're a legend. Thank you guys so much for stopping in, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow getting on and doing some more. Hopefully by the end of day tomorrow, we'll have some sort of Discord demo that you can just play, and play with some of the single player elements. But over this week, we're integrating everything that we've done in the past into our multiplayer now. So there's going to be just some slight script modifications, rethinking about the way that we're doing these things and making them, more robust. So thank you guys so much for stopping in. Y'all have a good night.